All right, cool. So let's get started. This is Cad 2. We're working on today. This is the agenda of today. It's going to be a bit more of CAD we're going to go into, and then do some threads, rendering, molds, analysis, and then extra practices that me and Andrew cooked up for you guys. So more CAD. And more CAD, so I didn't complete this, but there's more. I forgot to finish it. But there's more stuff I'm going to teach you. We'll jump into it right away. So just to recap on everything that you've learned so far. So we've learned how to revolve things, right? We've learned also the sweep function, we've learned the loft function, and we've learned how to break our designs into components to design it easier. And those are some of the things that you tried. So the syringe we've tried, and some of the other ones we've tried today as well. So a reminder is that components is something that groups all of your design, your bodies and your sketches into one thing. So within your design, you should have multiple components to have organization. And you want to start all your components before your design, because you don't want to design and then midway be like, oh, I'm missing, I should make this body into a component, because you can't actually switch that out and all the sketches won't follow when you do that. So yeah. And also name everything. So we can help you if we see anything. And also, when we start using components in our design, make sure you're editing in the correct components. So that little white sticker box in the Fusion, that's when you know you're editing the correct component. And a reminder that you can combine and also split your bodies into two separate things, if that makes it easier to make connections later on. Yeah, or for printing as well, you need to make sure you combine all bodies. Cool. This is just a few slides to update you on sketch constraints. I didn't go through everything. So there's the horizontal and vertical one, which I'm sure some of you guys have already used. And another important one is coincidence. So a lot of the times you'll realize that two lines aren't actually joining. It just looks like they're joining. So a way to do that is you click on the coincidence constraints within the 2 points, and they'll join those two and make sure that it's closed. Another thing is equals. So instead of dimensioning every single line, there's actually a constraint you can use to make 2 lines equal, and just cleans up your sketch. So you only need to dimension one thing. Parallel constraints, self-explanatory there. There's also the perpendicular constraint. So that line is perpendicular to the bottom line. And there's the green, there's a fixed one that's like a lock icon in your constraint tab. And normally we don't really use that because it's kind of a hack, because you're basically not dimensioning anything, you're just locking that into that specific dimension that you've drawn. It's not great. There's the midpoint that everyone should be familiar with. Concentric, I think this just joins up the center points of like circles together, or like circular shapes. Collinear is when you join the lines together. Right there, you see the collinear constraints. Symmetrical constraint is sort of like a mirror, but then you've drawn 2 objects instead, and then you treat it across the line. A curvature constraint, I'm not sure what they use as the curve like ratio, so you can try this one out and let me know. Okay, that's for constraints. Next thing we have is parameters. So if everyone can go to any of your designs and then click on, I think, modify. Then there should be a parameters tab. Modify. Yep, so click change parameters. Now, parameters are really powerful tools within CAD, within Fusion, make our designs truly like automatic. So what that means is you can basically, if you click on the plus button on the right side of that screen, you can create a new sort of name and value for you to automate a dimension. So you can name something like the cube width, and you can type that into your dimension tool. And then that way you don't have to edit it every single time. You just jump into the parameters tool and then change it, and go change it for all of your sketches if you use this dimension over and over again. Very similar thing. When you dimension, you can actually reference other dimensions. So for this one here, I wanted to just make a copy, but in order to not have to change it every single time, I can just click on this dimension like an Excel sheet, and it'll link it to that one. So that way I just need to change this design and everything is linked and that will automatically change all the sketch I'm editing. So just try and do that with, so try and clean up some of your dimensions in the other designs that you have and see if you can make it automatic from one to another. Like one sketch to another. So for example, in the cube, we set like cube width or like small cube width to 20 millimeters. You just enter that into all of the. The parameters will really simplify your design later on because then you'll need to change one dimension and it clicks through to all the other sketches if you've referenced it. What? Yeah. Name this anything that you like. So basically what this is creating like a name and then the value to it. And you're able to do that with your dimension.
So the name is actually not an object, the name is the
Dimension. Just for you to understand like what really.
So what way what's the name?
A useful one would be like space width. So that way you know that's space width and then every time reference it again.
Expression.
Expression will be the value. So it'll be something.
Also, if I put anything, it will change the base.
It'll be 20.
So if I go again.
Okay, so for the name, that has to be in format, it's called the underscore, like those spaces.
Okay.
Yeah. And now, for example, you can make a. So go back to edit that sketch. Right click that, like all that. Like everything there.
Also, some base width minus the base length is always.
Well, yeah, for the all the
So that's
expressions
fine, so count.
and also the dimensions. Remember that you can use arithmetics and like mathematics to do things. So, for example, when you offset something, you can do like base width plus 3 or something.
You can also divide by, like, just even divide by 2, divided by 3.
Yeah, or like one value divided by another.
Cell is very useful, right? Yeah.
So you want dimension. Yeah, dimension. And then now instead of yes, yeah. So you drag on that fiber because you want to dimension. And put it to the right side. So dimension. Right here, so right here. So you want to put on so
Sorry.
oh, sorry. What do you yeah. Yeah. What do you kind of guess?
Okay.
Now that's automatically there. So
How would that work?
yeah, so that one's referencing, right? So what we would do is, for example, I'll show you the dimension. That's one here. So now I'm going to choose the value dimension back and choose this value.
Yeah.
So it's going to automatically be like the value. I can do that one minus 5. Yeah. Now the power. It automatically goes D2.
So ideally, it should be the same.
Oh.
It's just, this is your second dimension. You can say like use this file.
Yes, now just trying to dimension this one and click this one and all that. So
Yeah. That's like
Yeah,
so when you know when you do equal sign and then yeah. So now what you can do is, so this is 20, right? So either we change the MS there, actually can actually change those because it's random.
And so one is when you're particularly doing more complex designs, you sometimes often have to refer to the exact same code over the like and later on you might realize that that number is wrong. And so if you just modify the variable, this is your whole design. Yeah, instead of you having to go in. Yeah, so it's very. So we have Christians.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so always think about as you're designing, like, is there a key parameter that you're going to use over and over again? Yes. Yeah.
That makes sense.
But if it's like a one-off, then think about like.
So for example, if I'm making a joint, right? So for example, like that, if I'm making a joint, I know the other one is.
So when, like, eventually we'll do like, make it all level, like, it's like.
So then
it's
when I
right,
change
yeah.
it, just like why everything else is really right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is, yeah. When you have a clear idea of,
Yeah, when you have
when you finish it and then you realize you like things, and then that way you can really one different way to go back.
for example, like your Excel.
Yeah, exactly, but link it all, then, yeah, for example, the circle that I made to fit the other one, that one should be linked to the other one.
Yeah.
That way I only
Typically
use
use one,
one.
for example, if you have like a.
Or else a mistake you'll do is sometimes you'll change one of the dimensions.
You're in like.
Forget to put together, and you print it and it's absolutely wrong.
Yeah, which is what's happened.
Yeah. Yeah, the extrude value can also be a parameter. Pretty sure. Oh, you want to extrude it to the value? You have to- Yeah. A little bit more complicated. Every dimension. Would be like key. So you need to figure out which dimension.
Yeah, so make stuff like.
I guess.
It's like a single thing.
Everything's
Like you have when it sort of your time
Just in five, yeah.
It has to be a lot, otherwise.
If you look at that way,
Right.
you're kind of finding a T5 value. So what I do is just go use it, so you can make it new.
Things like just extrude this up.
So you say like, if you go to one that I use, and then just pick that as your.
Yeah.
If I'm bringing it
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not the, it's like the name is just that.
Your expression is the value that you can. So the reason why it's called expression is. Put 20 then. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, so now we go back to.
You have to actually put this.
Yeah. I think it's what I.
I mean, you can always ask. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I don't know what you're doing.
It's just everything, if everybody crashes.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, imagine if you.
How would you do it?
It is a lot.
Oh, you should, yeah. You have the ability to use that.
Not the one we're printing.
Yeah. There is a technical, which one? I don't know, there is. What we can use, PLA is not PLA.
It's
But it's not very clear.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still pleased. Exactly how we're gonna be doing them. Yeah.
Dimensions.
Yeah. Or the plunge if you want to do the plunge. I got an email from me by.
That you might, that you can't get.
The cap is. Oh, the black thing, no idea.
No, but I'll just follow the fucking eyes.
Oh, yes. Oh, so, plug, yes, I'll give you the plunge of one.
General, all the. And I go to, I'm gonna coffee.
You want me to heat it all there, right? Everything's got, you made the light, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So actually, like, with your designs, like, it's more just.
Like this is especially useful when you want to make different sizes of designs. For example, when you use Fidel, when we try Cad Ii later on, you want to make like one for a baby and then one for an adult, right?
Yeah.
So that way, if you use the parameters properly, you can just scale it and then everything will change.
Yeah. And so when you sort of actually do this for real, like, and you should be doing this for real now. All your numbers should all be variables to that number, right? You should never have any hard numbers in the actual tables, right? Because that allows you just complete flexibility to modify things later on. And particularly tomorrow, we'll be talking about tolerancing as well. You need to be able to just suddenly tolerance, right? And without having modified.
Yeah, or else you're gonna forget to change the other sketch.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just gonna be wrong.
Absolutely not, yeah. So it should all be variables from now onwards, right?
Yeah.
Like try your best.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. What do you?
I know it. I just want to ask it, but I don't know.
Like a.
No, I think.
Alright, so guys, have a look on your computer real quick. So how did you guys cut this out of your cube? Any ideas? And notice how there's also the holes right here. Yep, you could extrude, you could cut through both sides and then pattern out the circles and then extrude that bit out again, right?
You need it. If you cut through one side, wouldn't it make a?
Oh, actually, you're right, yeah, if you just cut through one side and then pattern, yeah, but then you gotta pattern the top knobs as well. So there's actually a function called shell. That basically gives it a specific thickness and it punches through all of the features along the way. And you guys try to do that with your cube. Try and do it with the one that we made the pattern of. You gotta open the file from Monday. Yeah. If not, just make another one. You guys should be getting familiar, it should be really quick with another cube and some pattern. Make the extrusions on top.
If you don't have it, just practice your speed, so you can create a cube very quickly.
This. I don't remember this so when this
Yeah, it should be in the modified tab. So you wanna make sure you choose the correct base. And also ask you to choose a thickness. And just try to play around with whether it's like inside or outside. Yeah.
Big one, we will need a direction.
Yeah, it would, you made a solid body, right? It wouldn't be that thickness. It would be. It's a solid thing. It's solid.
Yeah, how do you do that? So, yeah, so, after you do that, then you select the circles.
I'm just.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I think like I don't. Something
So have you-
as an extrude.
Let's see, you dimension this, right? So 63.
Well, you're gonna, yeah, that's one of the, there's many ways to achieve this, but say you already have a cube that has those solid.
And then you wanna link the other one.
So you shell that,
Which one do you want?
inside.
and
Like, for example, when you're doing the Lego brick, like you see the design spec asks you to shell.
Yeah.
They have to be shells, right? They're not solid.
Alright, so you
Because
wanna
the reason for that is
change the-
because it's cheaper, it's
this
significantly, it's even just like that.
Yeah.
They're like the same thing.
Oh, like this one,
Yeah.
that's like, yeah.
Yeah, so if this line increase this also.
Yeah, so, okay, let me think. So choose one of them as your primary dimension,
3D.
and then everything else, you can add or minus from that. And then the ability to do that, you know how to like
Creating a
reference
separate
other
training, I'm
dimensions.
simply creating a separate.
So if you just double click that, just grab
No,
this.
well, you can do
Yeah,
that,
you
that
just
is
that,
possible.
and then it'll be,
What
yeah,
you're
so
saying,
you.
it's not like we're saying,
You already
have a column,
had
have
a
a
similar,
shell.
yeah, basically you did the same thing, but it's
Like a solid column.
you did a hard number.
Yeah, see on the right,
Rather than
there's
a-
shells, right, obviously.
Now, if you take one, it should just automatically
Solid
adjust.
cylinder under.
Yeah, yeah, and you can shell it, so try like, shell with a cylinder as well, so see what happens, right, yeah.
Yeah, cool, nice shell, everyone's got it. Shell,
I.
nice shell. I think you created some piece to,
It's certainly like all of it's already shown.
everything else seems to.
Yeah, I actually show up there.
And then you created.
Yeah, okay, well, that's sure.
It shows the features. Because yeah. Boom, 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 nice. Yep. Yeah, it's just kind of different ways with the guys. Yeah, you select the next show, okay. Yeah, and then it'll be the fairness of everything else. Yeah. And how much you want.
These are good, though. These
That's
are really
like
good.
I think we make the end. It was just that specific drawing was very specific about. If it was the same, then yeah, it would be way faster. Cool. The next thing is just another practice of using constraints. So can you guys draw an equilateral triangle? Should be pretty easy, and you should only need to dimension one of the lines or one of the edges. Be able to show. Yeah. So like, you know. Yeah. Yeah, and then do the shell. Yeah, you have to extrude first and then shell after. It's like the. Well, you would extrude, pattern, shell. That's what you gotta do. You create like the knobs, yeah, rows of the knobs, and then shell it. And then shell it.
Yeah.
And it's shell.
I guess it's like-
So the reason why here is because the shell is basically cut out, like this big. You chose. But it was 1 mm, yeah. It's gonna be 1 millimeter.
Next round,
thick all the way through, every single feature. Yes, this is your knob is in mind. Yeah, but that way it would just cut one.
My expectation would be the corners if you actually look at it.
But it does that also. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Yeah, so that is what I'm trying to get you to do, just practice equal one, but you need dimension one of them. So you still need to dimension it too. Okay. So just dimension one side and everything else should. Yeah. Yeah. So you just need to train this one with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything
I
else.
was in a whole like, the whole map. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. You want to.
Yeah, constraint basically is what we're trying to get you to do, and then equal constraints, so if you dimension it 3 times. Yeah. Equal constraint, yeah, something, yeah, very good. So again, best practice is to use constraints rather than dimensions, keeps your sketch simple. And which is better.
Extruded and then I think everything extruded and you do that.
So next thing, you guys create a pyramid of the triangle that we picked.
Preferably an equilateral pyramid.
Yeah, equilateral pyramid. Think, how would you do it? And you're still looking for favorite.
We have a building full of pretty differences, but maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, even the block types are. Challenge. Yeah.
I don't see anyone with the correct. Beta, let's start yet, no one's found the beta. How to do this? It's a bit of problem solving, this one. Yeah, so. Yeah, you mean how? Yeah. So think about it, right, if you draw, think about how you use construction line on the sketch. You mathematically. Yes. I mean, all of them, they should be. Not quite yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea, close, very close, not quite. Good, it is possible, but it's not quite right, it's more elegant.
Then we have to make it so it must be like-
Yeah. Oh, well, sorry.
Well, it's quite something. Well, obviously.
I think we need to keep on
Some people are getting close.
Are you able to snap to an axis line? I've never sort of run into that issue. You have to watch the axis line.
Okay, so why don't you just coincidence it onto a. You can make a line, so that way. We'll make sure it's on the line.
That's correct,
yeah.
And then I'll probably make different plans. This play.
Well, no, you don't have to do that last.
You just change it up.
Yeah, you can do that.
So you have.
There
are other functions.
consider.
So you know, that one.
No, we talked about one.
It'll be
You draw.
I don't know if that's Rick's elegance.
I mean, you can.
Yeah. Yeah? You want a winner? Let's see how you did it. Make it right. Okay, that's low key genius, but that's not what I'm doing.
It's going to shine one day, but it catches through the middle and the face.
And then how would you, and then what?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so yes, that is the correct solution, but the easier way is to just make like upwards instead.
Yeah.
And then switch it to triangle, make a foot in the other.
Yeah.
Wait,
What do you mean by projecting?
so remember the project function? Yeah, so after you make a construction plan, right, offset it by however much stuff you want. Well, in our case, we want it to be collateral, right, so we're just calculate the.
You'd have to calculate how far.
Yeah, you calculate the.
Functions, safety pipe.
Yeah, 60 squared, 80 squared.
Yeah.
And then,
What if I know what to do, man?
How far off that?
yeah, and then you just project the. And then make another circle line to the point,
Yeah.
or just project the point, and then it should come up. And then just.
I said like cover different sides.
And then because I know this slide, I might use it. So then, this one is made for right, I actually go with all the 30.
So you want to.
Surprisingly, partners.
Yeah, it's.
Wait.
Yeah, but you need to fit the height, right? You need to use this to find the height. Someone to use. No, they didn't move my crazy calculator. So, find the height. Okay, right now I have this, and one is 75, and this is 14, 35 square minus this square, right?
Yeah, you're right. You said C squared, AB squared. You need to do C squared, AB squared.
Okay, I use the.
I don't know. I'm just thinking
It has to be, it's a this edge. That is. I thought it was like, it depends, I feel like that. Wait.
Alright, hold on.
I don't need to.
Is that what the, wow,
I'm just gonna.
technically taper, but I don't know how they calculate taper angle
You could just,
for the extrude.
Make you.
How do you want-
Cut that
Oh, yeah.
That's more though, you need two steps, right? One triple step.
That's. I thought of this, the executive.
Yeah, no, that's how it just came like.
Divided by three squared, line, squared minus the line.
It's like you can make a solidity comic.
Yeah, going back to the baby steps.
Well, after.
No, you can-
What time of
You can
the-
do a plane and then.
Yeah, as in that'll be the most natural.
Is H equal.
Actually, no, if you plane it like on the Z axis instead, and then draw a line out with equal distance to plane, and then just make it touch the middle point.
That's fine, I think.
That way you know it's definitely.
I think.
Yeah, I did-
Oh, and then you square it that.
I'm just saying it's not a function.
But this line is not that long.
But-
The next shot is like.
Yeah.
It's I think just add guide rails. Oh, it's locked.
Sword is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
John diamond instead of flat.
What?
It's the same thing though, so why don't you do
As in, I wanna make a plan that's.
It's about 12.5, essentially, it's a 12.5 man. Yeah.
what do you think, like how would you make this?
Look at that. Look at the part. What's it? Five rows of next one. No, I said, how could I make it? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
I tried a bunch of these, but I couldn't get it to like. I tried that. But then that is not.
I made
You see how.
yeah, so you can change the angle. Yeah, maybe it's not angle. Basics.
Yeah, the basis, you think about it.
That way you can-
Like that.
And then you want to sketch on that like.
Yes, I want to sketch the same equilateral.
Yeah, no, wrong for my 25.
Wait, well, how is that? Oh, no, you're right, you should think that like, you have something visible,
Yeah,
and then lock it to that again.
yeah.
Yeah, do that. It's correct.
Oh, wait.
It's just that you place the plane on a weird way, so you just flatten that first bit. And you only.
I just.
Let's each other.
You find a way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty. I was thinking like, you wanna do.
Yeah.
Maybe
I think it'd be today, right?
You wanna just. How do you know that's? Exactly.
I went triangle.
It won't go, because you don't know the paper. Well, you just try it and then and touch it. Yeah, I know how to make like an air. I know how to make a pumpkin. That's because that was the example of the guy. Yeah. I know how to make a pumpkin. Yeah, or you just plug it in. Yeah, or you can just plug it in and then just show them.
Yeah.
If you know how to do it, then you just follow along. Something. Similar?
I have a pyramid, but it's not correct.
Once I see my. Actually, I can't select. So I'm gonna see those two water ones, actually, I'm just gonna see five minutes tries. Yeah, yeah, and you wanna, it's not coming out with the.
Like half the height of the triangle, so height of the triangle square.
Oh, this gets your name.
Minus half
Oh,
the height of the
okay.
triangle square.
Okay, the
Yeah,
reason
would be over the square.
I'm trying to change it already, I think it's one of the.
So let me just do. This.
You have to
way in. Fine.
Yeah.
Alright, yes. This. Fine, it's not.
That's why, there's no dimension, right? So the thing, yeah.
Damn it,
Yeah, are you gonna turn it, not from the construction line? Just want you to delete the construction line, so you know that you've done that, yeah, there you go, 'cause that's the same thing, right?
Yeah. There's tree on the right.
So, yeah, so you can, so yeah, use loft tool, and then you just need to select the next one. So, yeah, you just, yeah. You don't need rails for this. I'll go into it, it doesn't matter, because you're not gonna click anything, so. So with loft, you wanna make sure you select profiles in the same place, that don't matter. So, yeah, so go back to profiles, select the profile.
okay, and that's where we're good. Okay, now
So select that
it's
entire
more,
preset.
that's me, right?
Yeah, good. And then now select that one. Nice, done.
I don't have a heart, I'm literally just lofting it, so I don't need to.
No, I just still very invested in it. Invested in it.
I don't like too much value, and I like to make it. I don't know how to then the negative, but easy to, but that makes sense. Like, I just made a little triangle on that, but.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Good job.
Wow, yeah.
On all
Yeah,
sides.
well,
That's cool, just go for it, yeah.
So how can I block this?
Sorry.
So do you see the, do you see how like the.
Yeah, the value.
No, it's still correct, like all of them actually correct, it's just that it's unable to log. Like a sketch, like you need a sketch, right? So why don't you make a sketch
Can I
out of it, and then just join that line with that. Why don't you?
It should be flexible. I feel like I have that. Yeah.
So I'll show you.
Yes, I'm just.
A plain pen.
So no, it's not a body
Construction
construction.
plate.
Oh, I know why.
At an edge, it's to create a point.
Because this is.
At one edge.
So create a sketch.
Why do you need to put it at that edge? Okay, trust it. Just press construct, just press the construct button, and then click on that. Yeah.
You can drag out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
like
correct.
the base operation.
So tip is you can
It
drag out.
doesn't matter, you raise it up, it doesn't change it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then you know. Then that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Because sketch, that's what I do.
The line.
And now we check that one with
Which one?
Okay, do you see how, yeah, do you see how it's not? So you need to project it. You can do the coincidence too, but I don't know, like, 'cause sometimes that point might not show up. Because it doesn't know you want to zoom in, so you know that.
I have no idea.
So just directly type it.
Right, just command D. Okay, just redo the, so go back, make sure you go back and like plane that you're sketching. Just do that by.
Yeah, collateral triangle.
In the top of everything. Like, as in like.
Fucking pyramid type. And you know, the triangular pyramid type, because I know how to do. Yeah, the height of the entire pyramid. So I have a clever triangle. I use a construction plane to go up and place a point exactly however 5 millimeters above. But I don't know what the height's supposed to be.
Look at, so it's just so you know you're drawing on this. It's just now, you know how you moved it around,
It's like
we don't know.
that,
Straight line.
The
Now,
get
Get rid of
the height.
Yeah, then I'll try again.
Theoretically.
So now, the point is that, yeah, now it's locked on, yeah.
Smaller.
It's not letting you
I
lock.
don't know what it is.
So let's
I
get
tried
out
to
of
use
this.
that and somehow I failed. Okay.
You see how it's not like it's automatic lock. To get out of this. Like, no,
Planes are off.
That
it's because
is
the
what,
point is not.
but there is that elbow way.
I never checked.
Yeah.
Sometimes it elbow.
Oh,
Right, so now, yeah, technically it's best practice if you don't have it, then you don't have it, it doesn't matter, because you know it's not. It's not. Yeah. Maybe you can push.
Everyone who successfully made the pyramid, challenge.
Now-
like,
Doesn't,
which one was what?
oh, you circle, okay, yeah.
Current height was like. Well,
Yeah, there's a-
not on the whole, actually, that.
You have, it's how the software side, like, you think of why.
Alright, whatever.
Everything, but, so this is the sketch.
Where, I'm thinking of it. It's not.
I'll make it fine.
It's not like.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Right, yeah, so you just keep closing.
Yeah.
Find out. So, I gotta just get it back. Yeah.
So if anyone who successfully made the pyramid, there's also an extra challenge, which is a paint stripe.
That's what you got.
There to there.
Oh, right, yeah.
The side length times the
Wait. Yeah, just try it.
side length times the
It's not equal.
It should be, because think about it, the distance from this to this would be the two separate sketches that you made.
Mathematically, I know it's equilateral, but it's saying on my screen, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter, just to finish it off.
Maybe equal.
Oh, between these ones, yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, more.
That one is that one.
Side length, three side. How do you put like a point?
Well, I mean, it's all blacked out, so you know.
This one. It's good.
Anyway,
Oh, there is, yeah.
Who does it? It kind of does.
okay, it doesn't, it's not, it should, right, it's not.
I know mathematically it should be, but it's not.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
you're around an axis of circular.
You can try, we can try again, it's like.
Every site is not. Why not? It looks a bit quite long.
Otherwise you're gonna redraw the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make it fine.
It doesn't need equilateral.
Okay, okay, what's the way we can check?
Yeah, this is that software.
Inspect, right, and what else?
Inspect each of the edges, see what the length is, and then we'll go. And then turn off the sketch as well. So it's all the way to the sketch.
So if you want to confirm your pyramid is equilateral, what you can do is press inspect and then measure. And that's how, and then you check the different sides. So it's 67.6 degrees.
I can do the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That angle is 48.4.
Not bad, it's.
How do I change it then?
I think probably, Scotland. Scotland.
Yeah.
I try my best.
Then we can show the video.
To be.
Yeah, I thought
that made, yeah.
Yeah, you can get the, one of your. Should put this one stop. Paper, same pros. Oh, wait. Move ground one. Go out the elevator, around the back, yeah, do toilets.
Not front and center. That make equilateral pyramid?
It's 16.1 as an angle.
Oh. Oh, that, what's this word?
I believe that your eye can see that. Did you think it's not equilateral?
It's wrong. It looks
Okay,
wrong.
what's wrong?
Think about it, it's because yours is like tilted, so it's like really hard to see. Because the sketch planes.
Spin it, it looks like isosceles.
There's actually, there's a.
It's 60.1.
There's a way to change the.
60.1.
So it's a correct.
No. If I round it, maybe. As in the angle is 60.5.
That might be rounded out.
No, it's not rounded, right? It's on the dot.
Oh, there it is. No, 16.064.
That's just wrong.
Good enough tolerance for me.
Myself.
Yeah.
You have intuitively when you do it, it just.
Because still.
It's kind of, I think it's kind of tilted. I can't tell.
It does not.
It's like plausible, although that face there looks. Definitely does not look like an equalization. Yeah.
There's a way to change the display settings
Yeah, it
that
does.
makes it without how do you say, field of view,
Yeah,
so that-
so, and that's what you are.
Well, I think let's move on.
Yeah.
Well, and it changes it up. So.
Try.
It still looks.
Are you going to like show us the elegant way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We've got enough fun with pyramids.
Alright, cool, so this is the way to do it. You basically just create an offset plane up using some math, you figure out, using c squared, ab squared. And then you figure out how much would offset it, and then make a point, and then you loft it there. And I think most of you sort of got that sort of solution, which is good. And remember that we need to project the triangle up and make sure the point is also centered, or you can just project the point right up. So we've already done this before, yes. So just a reminder, it's the mirror command. So when you sketch something on one side, you can create the construction line you want to duplicate on the other side, and then it'll mirror it. Now, can you guys try and use the text function? So maybe go back to your cubes, or you can put it on the pyramid. We'll just create another cube. Just practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a create sketch.
Well, you got to, you got.
So the text function is within the sketch. Yeah. Within the sketch menu. It's text.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, just project.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Oh, sorry. It's not like. So you want to sketch one times.
Oh, I love that.
So after you've made a text, it basically works exactly the same as any other sketch. You can extrude it. I think you can revolve it to the same thing. It's basically a sketch. Actually, try revolve it. I don't know what it'll look like.
But this allows you to, when you're 3D printing stuff, to actually put text in the, you know, like cut out text in the 3D print. Yeah, which is really cool.
But think about the tolerance and whether that will show up on the print as well. If it's too small, obviously it's gonna look weird.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so now you're ready to project it, you're ready to finish it. Wait, so now you loft, sorry. Why does it like, right, why does it like go out and?
Oh, okay. You just wanted to angle it.
Yeah, no, you're up.
Go back.
I'm actually made to make like a sentence.
Yeah.
I'll try doing like that. And it-
Oh.
That
So
would
box
just be able to do the.
Yeah, you can just.
That's a big other one, yeah.
And then.
What's happening?
Yeah, try that.
What's that?
I don't know what that is. Yeah, just move it to it looks like.
I think the recorded that my text.
Maybe just delete the text. The text is in that, it's in that, it's like, no, it's.
Oh, yeah.
I really like the text, just delete it.
Sure, like.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh,
Now I kind of, I feel like I'm gonna try that out.
Oh, I am.
I wanna try.
Oh, it's good.
oh my. It just, I'm just trying to have. Wait.
Oh.
I was, no, I was like.
What? Oh, okay. Just leave it self.
Oh, you made these little roses with the
Okay, okay.
and that.
If they go into a triangle.
Yeah, it's travel.
Then offset.
Yeah, that.
Ah, yeah.
So maybe put on the central axis. Put it right there.
Yeah, show me what the creative function is again.
Just single of it. Is.
Select my profile and then select my currency.
Or like key page.
Yeah. I can write it.
So,
Sorry, yeah. You select.
no, it's just not like.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
you see how high it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another point, oh, okay.
I think the property is sketch. Okay, yeah. Someone tried to revolt sex. Yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
obviously,
Look
it's
weird.
what they expect.
Yeah. That's a good job, both. Cool. So yeah, next thing is just try extrudes, try cuts your text into your cube, anything. Nice. There's also a function in the text that you can make it a curved text, like wavy text. Oh, nice. Yeah, some of you have already got that.
What happens when you do it great? Yo. Might be negative. Like this. Like a platform. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll take the sketch.
I wish you.
Yeah.
Sorry, why would it not let me? Okay, I projected it, why would it not let me make sure that it get it?
Operation. The operation. Where is your body?
I don't know why it's saying it's
The sketch.
I've already projected that.
That's how I will.
Oh, oh, you need to finish the sketch. Because remember, you want to be in the solid values.
Oh, okay, but I've already. Oh, that's actually. Good. It's not the full minutes. That's fine, that's just.
Oh, yeah, you put it in. No, but like. It's on the right axis, the right plane. I think I selected it first. So I did it on my pyramid too, it seems fine. Yeah, I extruded inwards. Oh, but.
The possibilities that then you've chosen cube, set.
Oh, most of them all the way there, it's fine. It's but it's not my.
I just want to figure out, we went through this like final.
It's like the triangle, so it's like going in. My wall thing is the triangle.
I don't know, maybe oh, it intersected some other body that maybe it intersected itself. Because of the way.
Like,
Well, I don't think that's. But
I think like,
I know, think about it, is it the plane that you're talking about?
I sent it in.
Yeah, last time we said.
Yeah, the thing about it, think about where you sketch. Oh, okay.
It's really curious how long. No, here's something.
Oh.
It's hello world with revolve. the fact.
Look
Oh,
at you and something.
Yeah.
You see what, it's in the wrong way, you know what I mean, like, you're not getting all the.
Yeah, I put it in. Yeah, it's a negative. You already have it closed, right? You don't figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why?
No. I cut into this. Oh, this is what I cut into. This I.
Alright, so let's sketch out this one, right? Like, this is what you want to do.
This is a sketch and then I revolve it and it will.
Now you're
create
sketching.
color.
Oh, I don't know what was.
Yeah.
Around eyes.
Now you create, yes. That's why it's short, sorry.
Yeah.
On one.
Now it's great.
Yo, let's put on one side. Well, it's.
Yeah, I need this.
Black. Sorry. No, I'll show it, sorry.
You want my mouse? You want my mouse? Okay.
I'll just put the sketch, yeah, okay.
Cool, everyone get the text. How to go, yeah. Cool, next thing. What if the slide shows up, I can tell you guys. What if I wanna do this, guys? How do I do that? What if I wanna put it on? Circular surface?
Let's try.
Good, one of them has the answer. It is emboss. So emboss is basically a way to put a feature and wrap it around a circular surface. Because think about it, when you're sketching the text, it's gonna be flat, right? And when you extrude it, it's gonna look weird when you put it on a curved surface, so you have to use this emboss tool. So basically, try and make this. Try and create a cylinder and then wrap your text around it, so you can create your text sketch on really anywhere, but somewhere closer to the surface of the cylinder, preferably. Try, give it a go. Like extruding? Yeah, extruding. Pull it out. It's a bone.
No, yeah. In here, yeah.
I see, okay, so when you're extruding, you wanna make sure you're extruding the right thing. So hover over the actual. Yeah. And then extrude that. Now it's specifically.
Oh, okay.
There you go. So try, you can make a separate cylinder if it's easier. I think we'll put like on the. The cylinder, so. Second thing, try again. Oh, yeah, that should work. It's kind of like putting. Doesn't matter. It should work. Normally like. I think that. Yeah, that's all right. If it put it closer, I mean, it like warps it less. If you put it closer, yeah, so it won't be so far. I think, but yeah, you should play around with it, just, yeah. Cool, see if you can get that going.
And, get the modified depth, there was depth minus five.
You choose how you wanna emboss or deboss.
Oh, okay. It involves the other way, as in I put it on this face. And then
Yeah, that happens sometimes, so just try and mess around with it, like go back to the emboss feature.
Oh, it's in there.
Yeah, maybe move the sketch plane closer to one side, or just move it off of the middle, maybe.
I go back as well, like under that, look, it's embossed.
Oh, you just gotta change your sketch to move back to the middle of the cylinder.
Oh, so I just.
It's so scary.
Oh, did you? Oh, I see what happened. So think about the plane that you're sketching. Right?
Oh,
If the cylinder is like this, you want to sketch.
That's so ominous.
I think it's gonna be like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that way it would emboss sideways. I mean, it should still work low key, but like,
So if I do that, I'm gonna go create.
yeah, do you see how it's only on? It only embosses that side. Basically, you need to recreate your text on the. No, not the emboss tool, on the text, no. On one.
Okay,
Go back to the.
let me delete this.
Yeah, you just delete the section. Honestly, you can. So you know that's the thing that last command will use.
Okay. So are you saying that I should create it on like this?
Yes, yeah. So remember, like, if you want to make it long, make up songs.
Great scale. Let's say.
Yes,
I'm trying to, that's a.
like right now, I don't know which plane is. It can't sketch the curves, but.
No, it's,
Yes,
well, it's possible, but.
Okay,
it's
so right now
hard to
you're sketching on the Y.
Yeah.
yes, that's where the base of.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Yes,
Oh, there you go, yeah, nice, yeah.
nice to on here,
Yes, and it should work after that.
but what about if you rotate it?
That's fine, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Just you can rotate it like back if you need. Back.
Like, do it like-
Yeah, it rotates. Just turning on like how you want to sketch text.
So if I want to sketch it into its orientation, I have to finish sketch first.
No, you make it text down.
Right, but then. No.
Oh, you want to sketch over the place that you.
Oh, I got that. Hang on.
I can do it, yeah. Select his place. A different place. Oh,
Sketch.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right. Well.
Okay, still not responding.
Yeah, something like that. You want to-
Be the seal that was.
Seems to be unhappy with me after I think I went to bossing.
Good. Okay, so.
Something like that, these were.
Sure, go to the other side. And then work that way, even if it's being fucked out, or just work the other
What
way.
color sound?
Yeah, 'cause- yeah.
Check this.
It'll pop out the other side, so you just wanna mess around with like,
Yeah.
where you place the sketch will matter,
That makes sense.
and then. Yeah, and then which direction you choose, which distance you choose.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and then now try deboss as well. Yeah, try debossing. So these terms, emboss and deboss, I think it's for paperwork, maybe like stamping things into paper. And or like pushing it out from the paper, that's sort of where it comes from, I think. Deboss is within the same tool of emboss, it's just a thing you click instead on the right.
If I have emboss, could I
So
make
go back,
that?
no, go back to the yeah. Level like that. And not deboss it. Yeah, in the effect.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't like emboss, but I made it negative, would it be the same thing as deboss?
No, they left it as a separate tool.
Oh. So if I put in negative emboss, it would just throw it.
No, it would be. I don't know, it would go the other side.
So it would
of the
emboss
surface.
into the.
So it would, yeah,
Yeah.
something like that,
So
yeah.
it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. I think emboss is only extrude.
So either it just embosses.
Those ways.
I realized that I messed up my.
Oh, the last one.
Negative. I do it negative.
Oh, okay.
Automatic.
No, I thought it was just fine like that.
Equals.
Yeah, isn't that correct?
That's emboss.
Is that correct?
Into a deep.
What's that be correct? Is that-
Which means if you want to put on the inside there, because you'd need to actually select. Inside too. Right.
So we run it.
Yeah, like it's like hollow inside and I want to print something inside the cylinder.
Yeah, can't watch. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so I have to take.
Yeah, that's what I do. Why just sort of use basically.
I guess I can't, but it's, I guess that's reserved for people who just don't act. So where's the not involved?
Boss.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's not by. No, it doesn't do. I know you.
It's tricky that I'm also
We're making.
Let's see what's happening. Yeah, try to just split it off, yeah. It's supposed to be floating. I'm pretty sure that's what it's.
Oh, as in, just like to sketch for a copy, clicking on it. Are they part of the same sketch?
Yeah.
Oh, they're good. Is that it? No, like, wait.
Yeah, no, you're gonna do it once, you can offset it, and then you can.
I mean,
Offset it, like-
Oh, but then- This one right here is the one that I got. Yeah. I have to.
Wait, for the beginning, like, how do you get this next?
That is.
Oh, I get,
Back. What do you like?
So why would this? Like, schedules. Oh, no, it wouldn't, never mind. Wrong. You can have the other side, you're right.
The other side. I have to use that. So I did use, fill that in, I went to XY and then I see like, well, now.
Oh.
Maybe put this on same schedule.
So, things to see.
We should make them same.
How do I tell them?
I think it's because you're moving your.
Let me go.
Yeah, I'm so. Yeah.
Yeah, I click on it. I have a separate thing for text and then it makes its own box. I didn't see that yours. So maybe you can buy the cylinder.
Do I have a?
Okay, maybe that's your text thing.
Can I figure out that so?
But you still can't put the text or something.
Then one completed, the embossed tool. Everyone get a chance to emboss. No way, you did emboss the boss.
Yeah, I did.
Emboss the boss, great. Emboss the boss, yeah, great, next. I know you. So another, something else to note is that the emboss and deboss feature is not just for text. It's actually, you can use it for patterns as well, if you wanna put it around a circle. So can you guys try and make like a quick sort of step? Yeah.
I think it's. You also. Make it a search and using the.
Wait, me, that cylinder first, cylinder.
Yeah. It's like
So let's head on, let's give this next a go. Let's give this then a go. Terrible snakes.
Yeah.
Way too thick. It's all doing.
You know what the sense of that stuff?
Yeah.
The initial infrared stuff, chicken wine. Oh, that makes sense. Someone just saw chicken wine, they're like. I know this is like.
Well, you put yourself in
Bumps.
a
Oh, again.
That might have been a country boy.
Yeah, that's-
Where do you put this guy? Handed, yeah, so. Wait, your hand, you'll figure it out, like basically if it's handed. you have to offset the text off by in order to emboss it. You can't be touching the actual surface or anything.
Not that. Oh, right.
Because then it wouldn't be.
Maybe from the side of the window. Of the cylinder.
Yeah.
Would you want to choose it?
Yeah, I don't, that's not, it's weird. Just try and offset it away from the cylinder. Yeah. You don't have to copy that pattern, you can make your own pattern if you'd like. You can try use the polygon tool and sketch them. Yeah, you can try use the polygon tool to make a polygon of however many sides. It's within the emboss feature in your emboss. You just and the effect is emboss. Yeah, it's within the same thing. Yeah, sure.
As long as it's.
Oh, if that's it's fine. It's a placeholder.
You go left side.
Yeah.
Another thing, how many animals does that one? 1, 2, 3, assuming. Go. Got it.
Keep going down and around it. And then I made it.
No, you need to offset it.
Some circles in it, and I just do the circle, but it's not going around it, so that I should.
What are you doing?
Maybe
Yeah,
try
the trick here is you have like, the student doesn't have a tool to wrap all the way around, usually do it yourself, plus using a circular pattern.
Oh, so it wasn't,
It wasn't, you can't just use the embossed all the way around.
so what I did was I made a plane and I did a rectangular pattern and I thought that was impossible, just emboss around, but it doesn't do it.
Yeah, it doesn't do that.
What I need to do is I need to make.
You need to emboss a specific area, or like as much as you can, and then just circular pattern it.
So for example, is this still salvageable, like if I've got this?
Yeah, that's fine, you can circular pattern this feature, yeah.
Circle, I need to.
Just give it a go.
Right. Pattern, seven.
And
Then.
then change it to.
Well, I need to do.
These knobs, yeah. It needs to be, oh yeah, you can do that too, but normally I select access, even, yeah.
So. It's not so obviously.
Yeah, you haven't done you need to change the basic, but yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, but also like my looking and this to do with, like, this is one pattern, it's not just these three, it's all six.
Yeah, that's why, yeah.
Thank you.
You left it and then you got that much to be extruded. I think it's, oh, you can buy like one together. Make.
Yeah.
I'll make it shout.
Just the whole thing. You know.
You have to. Alright, think about why we can't just use extrude to create the steps. Like, if you make just like first pattern. If you do this, because remember, you can't, if you extrude into a circular object, right, you're just gonna make a cut that's straight instead of a curved cut, okay? So you wanna make the pattern, so you want to emboss it, okay, so straight. Yeah. But so you can just emboss one, or deboss actually. You want to cut through that, yeah. And now you just use circular pattern. On the line. That's pretty good. You just see the object. Okay, so yeah, with the boss, you can actually forget you want to get an increment. When there's that feature, but the boss, yeah. The boss. No, there's one ball function, yeah. Yeah, so now it registers that, so that function in that feature, and then access is around the. I don't. Or you can do the space as well, it's smart enough to actually.
Like one.
Distribution, you can choose quantity, you can choose more or less. So basically, if you wanna make all around, you just need to make like all, that's a straight, one straight. One.
As in like have one row, so one column.
Rectangular is.
Yeah, you just, why don't you just,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe.
more circle. Yeah, and then, yeah. I mean, technically, you could just whip pattern it up, like rectangular pattern up that way as well, but yeah.
I didn't see that.
And then goes on to, so.
Let me see what they think, let's.
Okay, first of all, you film the sketch, and just get out of the sketch. Now you install it everything. For the object, now you want to select the.
Oh, that was just feature, complete act, those are just me
Oh, yeah.
fiddling around. My little ambient.
Yeah, nice, you got it, yeah. Sometimes it might be plugins that feature, if not so, choose it in your parametric timeline, so you know which.
Did you do a red column, you get them all down, and just create?
I no, I did, actual thought. Yeah. No, I didn't.
Rectangular pattern at first. Yeah. Yeah, just try that. I don't know how to, I've been trying to figure out how to like change it, just. Maybe do anything. Sorry, to make it good. It's sometimes it doesn't work, because it's like, I don't know who, how to. Someone figured out how to like, offset. Yeah, just try to delete it. To make it good. Yeah, to try, yeah, so you can circle the pattern first. But normally I would just draw it out. Or like. Rectangular pattern first and then circle the pattern.
Oh.
Yeah. I think that was a great. Okay.
Oh, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna think about it.
You get a warning for extent, like.
Oh, you get a heal, you get a.
I think a warning screw.
Oh.
Like,
I've actually.
I would make that pattern under. You know, little. It's good. Go save. One more. Yeah, one more. That's not tough, right?
And it's annoying because I like turned it on, so like if I get a fight, I'll also have to pay for it anyways. But after that, I'm like, it's like my friend, she bought it. Cheap enough, it's red, it's like a blue, so she pays like the majority of what she would pay anyways, plus I'm like, black and blue. Selected, like you can choose what you.
Yeah. I'll leave.
You got to. Yeah.
Yeah. This one.
Yeah, it's. I can teach, and then I'll just ask you.
One line is another.
The other stuff I can ask you, I know how to teach other stuff. Yeah, appearance materials easy.
Yeah, I've made mine.
Make sure.
It's not.
Yeah, because I also do the.
Yeah. I see that resident. Yeah, you should. I don't know. I just. There definitely is. Distribution. Good question. Like, how do you know this?
Straight line, line your.
Yeah, so I don't know why.
So you're saying that it's mixed
Like, instead of having
structure.
the number, you should be able to.
Construction.
It's just like when you're rectangle pattern, right? I guess anything that's like that could be. Yeah, there's just the straightest line, yeah. Push up, there might be a. Push up like a. Yeah, I think it's just, I think it doesn't know which number to choose. There'd be too many options.
Showing this. Yeah. But it will be a thing that you know, so yeah. Oh, that's.
You can always just inspect.
Yeah.
Measure it after,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
you can figure out.
Measure something nice, very good.
Try to make your cylinder longer, so you can see the pattern. That's what I thought. Also now try and like automate your entire design, so when you change the first bit, everything else changes. It's like. Yeah, try and like implement that. Go back to your schedule.
So what would you parameter the circle?
Definitely the cylinder, right, like. If you can make the pattern. Sorry, the rectangular pattern upwards. Yeah. A parameter related to the height of your cylinder, then it's automatic. And then everything else should be the same. What else? The thickness, you can parameter that as well. You just give a given thickness.
Also, if you want like stenciling through it, you could stencil the same thickness.
Yeah, as the emboss is the same thickness as the thickness that you chose.
Yes.
And then, and also just having that actual value in the parameter tab instead of going back in the sketch is way easier. Because then you have to double click the sketch and it jumps you back, and then sometimes you're lagging. But in the parameters, you just put that. Yeah. Yeah. No, you, yeah. And then sketch on this plane.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, good happiness.
Next thing, right? Yeah, so you were talking about modifying what we think there.
Like if you're able to try and make some parameters so that when you edit one of the earlier sketches, everything else just goes through.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
With the parameter, like, so for example, you change the height of your cylinder now.
Right, so
You just go with the very first.
a line on that plane, and then you add in the.
Let's look at that.
plane. Then you would get a straight line.
Let's make it.
Because you've got
sorry.
that tangent. So you draw a straight line on the tail.
Go on the first extrusion, like, yeah, let's try to extrude it up to like 400 years.
Like rotate around, so you can.
You see
do
how
it
it's not-
backwards in the tail.
Like not everything is joined, it doesn't automatically do it. So is there a way to connect your rectangular pattern
Draw a line
and then
down here, back
link
towards
to the
the
length
bend,
of
that'd be
your
straight.
extrusion?
I
That way it actually goes through.
All right, I didn't do, I did happen on some part when I.
Oh, you just did a straight path?
On the-
Yeah, it's the same thing though, like, so can you give it sketch of the path?
So, yeah, let me see.
Yeah, so you can change the schedule of that. I think. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and you can change the length of the give it a dimension that is equal to the extrusion.
Not
Value.
a line.
Okay.
That way it would be.
So you can set variables if you want to.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with variable.
Yeah, like, I do
So
that.
just choose the same variable as your extrusion. And
Line up.
the ability to find that, you
Yeah.
can modify and then change parameters.
So, modify.
And then within your thing,
Yeah.
you can go to the first extrusion, like,
Yeah.
and then look at the distance. So the 400, right? So D2, that's the, so this is the second dimension you've ever put into this design.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's always gonna be linked with this extrusion that you did.
So,
So you just gotta change it to D2.
and where do I change? So like,
So go back to the path. So
it's,
pattern, yeah.
and
Change the expression. So it's not there.
this is. You don't need to reason.
Actually, wait, you didn't want that.
Yes,
Yeah,
D.
I'm sorry. It's kind of D2, yeah.
Then, okay.
Sure.
And then. Double.
There we go. So now change the pattern again and then see if it follows it. But again,
Yeah.
you change everything else as well, because now your emboss is like, it embosses on the angle as well, so you might want to change the space.
That way, okay.
Stop thing, right?
Thank you.
Let's go to the news. See if we can make
I was wondering if you.
fully parametric.
I like that, I'm just thinking for that step, like what could be the unit that you want to put in?
Probably a time.
Wouldn't it? Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. So what you can do is you don't have to draw one thing at the pattern, right? You can draw multiple.
Yeah,
You draw three, right? So you know that's the exact pattern, and then
Yeah.
pattern that,
right,
and then. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you can draw more than one. You just draw three first, then it makes it more clear what your pattern's gonna be. Yeah, draw three diamonds. That way you know exactly that's gonna be the thing. Like that entire profile is gonna be duplicated, then you know the pattern is more. It's a pretty down, it's It's up to you how you want to design it. So for that one, obviously it's a diamond here. Yeah. And then not, and then a diamond like that, right?
Oh,
Yeah, so you wanna draw that and then. Anyone, change all the parameters, so it all links when you change the first. Set it up. Nice, that's really cool. Everyone's really cool. Can't remember the color of the title. You had it red, didn't you? The vacuum tape. Oh, wait, did you change it then? Oh, okay.
I didn't add.
Oh, you didn't mean to add the color as a thing. I thought if we all added colors to each of them, then it would look cool, because then. It's just like a little different differentiator. That's why I added mine purple, that's why I added purple. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's because the case is purple.
Yeah, that would be. Number of.
Yeah. So you just wanna add like a, probably like a, what constraint would you add to it? Go back to sketch. Yes, sure. I don't think that's right. You turn off the bottom. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, obviously it's crooked, that like now it's more clear that you can tell it's crooked, right? I'm gonna make sure.
Okay, don't listen to me.
That's a pretty good, yeah, you can do construction line straight up. The easier way is probably just to vertically constrain the edge. So, yeah, so zoom into the, so, yeah, in fact, one vertically constrained is one, then it would be straight. Yeah. So zoom. The line, the line. The line, yeah.
So maybe it's good. So vertically constrained
Perfect.
just means that it, whatever it does, it just moves it straight up and then it.
The vertical or the horizontal. Everything else would follow, so yeah.
So what if I did horizontal?
It wouldn't work, because you've already vertically constrained one of the sides, right? That one can't be, the other one can't be.
So if I do like vertical constraint and horizontally constraint, would it just pull the entire hexagon?
Yeah, do you see the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
So just choose like which direction you want, and then. Also, I think you're missing some dimension. Yeah, so just constrain it, vertically constrain it.
Well, can't you just make all the sides
Then you
equal?
click escape. So to check, yeah, you could, but then it could still be tilted, right?
Yeah, I think if you wanted it to be like
So now just check
the
what.
6 sides, maybe, but we don't care.
Yeah, but it's a pattern. So right now, some of the lines still, or is it offline? Yeah, so we'll just try and drag it around, see what's missing, like see why it's able to be. Yeah, so it can be moved left and right, so you might want to train that, or not, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, because right now you're just pattern. But just finish. So you need to dimension it like away from like a specific point is yours. But it doesn't matter now because it's a pattern. So technically, like wherever you put it, it's just gonna get patterned around. So surface, but yeah. So turn your body back on. So for example, zoom out. You want this to be in the middle of the thing, for example, right? So you can project. Like basically, yeah. So turn the thing back on. Yeah. Just project the cube. Yeah, well, I mean, it's actual cylinder, but like I mean, like this. Well, yeah. Okay. And then turn off the body again. Before we sketch line. So now, yeah, you just draw a mid line, like that. So now sketch just make it here. I mean, just make a line. Oh no, don't make a new sketch. Remember, like if you're trying to constrain that specific thing, just work in the sketch. Constrain. Yeah, not different. Make your tools that way. So just jump back into editing. Nice. This is going Bitcoin. So it naturally gave you a constraint. Yeah. So is that really good? And now turn that into a construction line. Yeah. This doesn't sound bad. So make sure you click escape to get out of the tool. Yeah. Yeah. And then just get out. And now we want to just so now try moving hexagon around. Yeah, it has still yeah. So just you want to just constrain the points onto the
Yeah, and the height is the fine.
Oh.
Yes.
Easy to point out. I mean, easier way to coincidence. Yeah, so normally when I do coincidence constraints, I like to move the hexagon on first. So I know what I'm doing, to leave it away. Yeah,
The way this
so
is
now
now
we're
around
at
page.
now we want to
all the way to the.
no, one of the points.
And then if I increase it to the height.
You can tell that, yeah, I think it's. Oh, it's something else. Thank you. No.
I want to make it so that when I increase to the height, I increase the number.
So now you see two lines. Yeah, as in those lines are fixed in that direction, but some of the lines, figure out why. But let's hold the blue line, so you can move it up and down.
Right, but you able to have,
Yeah, you can
more
put this on
hexagons
that, or you
the
can just
height?
give it a value, yes.
How do
You
you
give
do
it a dimension from the point.
Yeah, go with the parameter and then.
Outside of that,
What did you?
yeah, because now you're straight into the. Oh, you only, so now,
Yeah.
you see just dimension. You can put it to the.
extend.
So it's
You
called-
mean
It's
extrude?
harder. If I had done, instead of like that, if I had done the line and that, it's gonna have put it to a midpoint, but that automatically
Yeah.
constrain everything, because then you'll be on the midpoint, right, so you can't slide left or right or up or down.
Good point, actually, yeah, why don't you just have this?
I don't know if that's to do with.
So right now, for example, right now, so always just like get rid of everything, always just make it all commands. But now we can do this, right, so Paul made a suggestion, why don't we just make this point in the middle of the spine, which is what we want to do anyways. Okay, we need a midpoint, so I'm just like the point already, the first time I did the line, yeah, now I can. But now it's all constrained, double check black.
Yeah, it's gonna do that. It's like, it's
Now
not
it's like
all
sort of
the way.
It's more perfect, because now you know your design.
So
And you won't have to.
So I'm like,
You can always design with just blue lines, but it's best practice to know that you've done. So you can recreate it. Or also if you don't recreate it. Yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. It would, yeah, it would flow through all the way, so, yeah, you see how it's like, yeah, now it's like.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's straight, everything. Yeah, so the change you make here, it would just go all the way, but like, sometimes you wanna make too big of a change or jump too far back, because then it fucks up a lot of the other stuff if it doesn't flow.
That's so
But
cool.
when you make like bigger design. Just try and do it right the first time, basically, or like.
That's so cool, though.
I don't get it wrong. Like, yeah, get more space. So let's do the circular pattern, let's add more. It's like quite small. So the chill like on the. How far are you going? Which three from this? Ah. So slide really?
Yeah.
I'll just everything, yeah. Okay, so if you want to circle that.
Just add the units.
So you can right click that and do that. Let's make the quantity more. And I guess see what happens. And then learn how to spin around. Yeah, you can. That's probably good. That looks good. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's showing that. Put that empty. Sorry, so if you think about it, the empty look, right, basically just means your sketch is bigger. So think about it, it's not to do with. Like there's no extra command that they've done, so think about just what sketch they've done and how much they've progressed it. On the set on the right, is that what you're asking about? Oh, yes. Okay, let's think of a wireless. And then just, basically the only thing that looks different is just the top isn't fully circled, right? So why don't you make your rectangular pattern so it comes out the top, you know, like it's all over the way. So just jump back into the right. Oh, rectangle. Yeah. Yeah. So why don't you just space it out? Yeah, let's try cut out the, yeah, let's see what. As in you haven't showed up, this is a solid object.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't do this on a cylinder, okay, cool. So what other, let's see what other. What did you do? Yeah, you saw Barricades is a cylinder instead, you started with a cylinder.
Oh, I started off with something.
Yeah, cell cylinder.
Wait, then why is yours still cylinder?
Should I show them?
Oh, I showed mine.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, do that. Normally, like, for this particular design, you would have wanted to just start with a cylinder instead, so you didn't need to add an extra step of shelling it. Because I don't know how it will deal with the extra embosses, debosses now, so just shell it out, let's see
So
what
what
happens.
you're saying is you should shell it out before doing this.
Or you should have just made a cylinder with a circle and an offset, and just,
Oh.
like, that's how I would have made it.
Oh, so
But you could have like. Did a cylinder and then cut out a hole. Yeah, one whole thing, right? Yeah, you probably should have done a cylinder just extruded instead, like.
Circle offset plane.
No, I would have done a circle and then offset the circle by the thickness that I want of the stems.
Oh.
And then choose that profile, like that
Yeah.
profile, and then extrude that. Yeah, that's what I would like. I mean, you can just practice, do a new design and just try that. I mean, you can do it quickly now, because you've got it all practiced already, so. Yeah.
Right, all right.
Everyone needs. Yeah, just try to play it.
So I increased the height.
Everyone's got it.
What do you?
Actually, I think I'm thinking of it.
Yeah.
Cool. The next set of tools that is quite important when making your designs look really nice is something we call fillet. So fillet is basically a way to round out your sharp edges. Also, so can everyone click the shortcut command F on the solid when you're solid modeling, and then try add fillets to any of your edges, and then see what happens. Yeah. And you can try and put the different corner typing and see how that changes the fillet. I just make.
Okay. So remember, you aim to go in box edges. So you go. That's fine.
Let's use like 1 millimeter or like. Switch.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, you gotta kind of around. What you try like 0.5. And see what's
So looking for you. All right.
Yeah, so click on the edge.
Three edges. Would you only click one edge or three edges? Like if it's a triangle.
You're trying to do. For this, you'd want to click all 3 edges,
Yeah.
right? Like if you want to get that exact same result.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can fix, wait, but. Tell me what you got to again.
This edge,
Yes, we
instead of it being around it.
Okay. That was,
Yeah, so I'm just that.
that was last.
This. I don't know.
So what do you do from there? Like clearly pattern again. You do that, we do that. That we want.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exclude the cylinder.
Just click on the edges of it.
Yeah, so just click, yeah, one of the edges or any edge, and then just change the do one, maybe.
I did 0.25.
Yeah, that's basically, yeah, just however it looks that you like, you can fill it, you can change it up. And the key point is you only want to fill it at the very end, sorry, at the end of your design, when you finish everything else. This should be the last step of your design. Because when you start filleting and then you start changing dimensions, the fillet will in on itself and will be unable to compute, and then everything else will fuck up in the timeline.
Change this thing to height.
So next, another very similar function is something we call chamfer, which we sort of went over yesterday. The chamfer is basically a way to cut your edges with a straight line instead of a rounded line. And again, just give that a go with your pyramid. The corner typing I chose here was I don't know, miter, I don't know, miter. Yeah, I just like the way that looks at the tip. It basically just joins it into a single point. But there's different types you can try. So just give it a go.
What's the command for the cat?
Chamfer doesn't have a shortcut key. Yeah. It's not C. C draws a circle. Do that, yeah. But I think you can customize it. If you want to do more designing, you can customize it.
Yeah, modify.
Yeah, sorry, it's in the modified. So do you want some edges? Because fillets and chamfers work on the edge. We're gonna try that for. So right now you've selected, I think, basically. That is one, it's like one of the edges, not one of the edges. Yeah, so that. And then now change the change. Yeah. So the actually, Andrew, did you get the fillet gauge? Yes. You bring it, yeah. Should bring both. Yeah. Bring them, yeah. So what fillet actually means is like you're basically creating a radius on that edge and drawing a curve that way. That's basically what's happening. And yeah, we just printed like sort of like a fillet gauge to help you like when designing stuff. I mean, you can print this tomorrow as well in DMB if you want, but you put this along the edge of a curved object and you can sort of get or it tells you can measure the fillet radius. I printed this with a burn, so it doesn't really work, but
I think about it actually.
just get a couple of those.
No, it doesn't have. Do we start creating a resource for stuff that we just like use to chat there, like for example?
Yeah.
We just want that.
Oh, okay, no,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's
Like show them where to find it. Like,
useful stuff.
oh yeah, yeah,
It's like this modern stuff, and now it's surrounding it.
Like just something people think.
Yeah, sure. That's the important good design.
Yeah, yeah.
Useful. I mean, do you have the bird? Can you fix that fillet? Thanks. It's because I printed it with a print. There we go. Like I'm in the edges. I'm gonna try to keep the bird. So this is sharp. Play around. Another one there. You don't have too much, so that it changes the look like. I can pass it on. Keep it deeper and cool. That's nice. So here's the build. You can try to put it around your phone case, maybe try to put it on the corner and then see which one it matches. The other way. It's like as in the circular way. That's too small, too small. Well, I think we gotta continue trying to figure one maybe. So. What's that?
Oh.
Yeah, you do that, yeah. Cool, everyone get a chance to play with one. Okay. Sorry.
That was been,
Yeah, sorry. Did you get to try to these select, I mean, 2, 3 edges aside as well. A little bit better.
Oh, yeah. No,
Try and delete
yes.
the entire. Zoom in.
Ah,
Yeah, because it's already been chamfered, so I think with the base. So here's a little trick for fillets and chamfers. If you select the face, it'll chamfer or fillet all the edges that belongs to that face. So here I've selected all 4 faces of the pyramid, and it will just fillet and chamfer all the edges. So yeah. But again, you kind of want to be careful of doing this again because it might mess up all the dimensions, like because you only want to chamfer some edges and not all the edges of that face. So try that. Try filleting and chamfering faces. Even errors. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's just double check.
Yeah.
Slides.
You can always just like, I suppose it's just pictures, just post, keep your post. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool, let's move on from everything we've done, so maybe just create a new design right now.
Check something that was going.
Has everyone checked out? Has everyone checked or ability something?
How did you get the level? How did you say that?
Alright, let's start a new, let's save what we've done, let's start a new design, clean slate.
No.
2 minutes. Everyone save design to.
Shell, yeah.
Gonna do design.
Hopefully it's a question.
Cool, new design.
Yeah. Is it equals
Sorry, new design, save it.
do we have any dimensions of images?
No, I'm gonna show you guys the.
Doesn't give me an error idea.
It's basically another exercise, just go, just wait.
Yeah.
Alright, so does everyone know how to make this? Could anyone think of how we would make something like this? What steps will we go through? Or what's the main tool we're using? Revolve, definitely we're using Revolve, right? Yeah, 100%. So yes, we're gonna use Revolve, but what if I have a reference image that I wanna use? Yeah, so some people have already done this with the chess pieces. Some may call it cheating, some may call it being, ahead of the pack, but it's okay. Basically, yes, you use a canvas, okay? And what I'm gonna teach you is how to use a canvas, and we're gonna use spline points to connect and get the exact shape that we want from the canvas. So let me just send this photo out to everyone. Actually, can you guys go to rockdesignonline.com/video? Should show us that. Actually, yeah, or any bottle that you want, I guess. Yeah, if you want to challenge, like don't use those dimensions, use your own one.
/B2.
Yeah, it's part of the, design online, but on the side.
Yeah, I'll go into that. Actually,
Products. Product.
so an important thing to remember is that with images, obviously you want to get a side profile, like as side of a profile as you can find. And also images are never going to be perfect because you don't know like what lighting they had, and you don't know which edge you're going to use to do the slide point. So don't only rely on images to create your designs. Try and use and intuitively think about which dimensions you should use for yourself. Images are mainly used to get shapes, is how I would say it, I think. So was everyone able to download an image? And then you want to click on the, let me see if I have it up here. Yeah, so you're gonna click on the canvas tool on the right side of your menu. And that's basically gonna let you select the image that you want from your computer. And it's gonna pop up with a lot of different settings. So my suggestion would just be orient the photo in the correct like dimension that you want, like not specific dimension, but just in the direction that you want. So you want it to be obviously facing upwards. And then you want to scale it up to a size that you can see it properly. Now, there's one thing to note is we can't just jump right into this step right here. We can't do this. Does anyone know why? Why can't we just use the canvas we've made and then go to the side and just draw a side profile now? Yeah, one thing is it might not be straight. What's another thing?
Not to scale.
It's not the scale. That's the main problem. The images we import is not going to be to scale. It's pretty much never going to be to scale. So what we're going to want to do is on the browser tab, you're going to see your canvas that's opened up. So click on that drop down menu, choose on the correct canvas in case you've uploaded 2 different images. And then right click that, and then you're going to get a calibrate function. Yeah, so in your browser.
It's like it's classic.
So, okay, so what's gonna happen after you click calibrate, your cursor is gonna turn into basically a pointer. And then what you're gonna do is, this is always gonna be sort of like rough, which is why I say like you only use this just to get the shape and never to actually get the full dimension. You're gonna want to zoom in on the top, on the very top of your bottle. And then you're gonna also, so you're gonna click on that and then make that as one selection point. And then you wanna click on the very bottom of your bottle. Obviously try and make it as straight as possible. And then now you're gonna be prompted to input a dimension. And this is how you're gonna be calibrating your image. Left is kind of right click. And then calibrate. Sometimes it's not straight, not your fault, but the image itself was just taken slightly better. So that's why you can't always. And then now just think intuitively about how big sort of like a glass bottle would be. I'm not going to give you any dimensions. I want you guys to figure it out. So think about what is sort of normal for a glass bottle. With calipers.
Hey, all right. Do I make it 200 million? Wait, do we put it like can we scale it down one by doing it in
No, so after you've calibrated the image,
Yeah.
that's going to be the exact dimension into your entire life. Yeah, or
Yeah. It's one day, and it gives us a bit of breathing time.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, is everyone being able to calibrate their calibrated. Cool, now next you can go ahead and try and create the shape of the bottle. So remember revolve tool, we're gonna be revolving around an axis, right? So you want to get half of the profile. So go ahead and try and create that sketch. And obviously you'll notice that like on the glass bottle, you're gonna have a straight, like some of it is gonna be straight, right? Not everything's gonna be spline points. So you might want to build that straight edge first. And then start the spline point when it becomes curvy. So just try and do that. Like just think about when you start building your spline point and how far up you go with straight line.
I don't think that would be good. No matter if it's fully set or not.
No, that's not really not. As long as you make a sketch with the canvas.
Oh, one time here. Yeah, all right.
Let's put it down. It's not good.
Well, do you think it will be fast?
Alright, I would suggest starting with a straight edges first. So yeah, I would suggest starting from the bottom and then creating that straight edge up first.
As well, just see.
How average.
Just copy it. Okay,
The bottom, let's think. You can always fill it in after, so I would probably leave that as straight. As like that's flat thing first, and then fill it in after. That might be a little bit better, yeah. So just keep the edge a bit more simpler, instead of sliding the bottom as well.
This is why. Yeah.
Okay, that's actually. And a bit of a pro tip, when you start doing your spline points, what you want to do is vertically constrain the curvature of the first spline point you do. Just so that it's basically tangential to the straight line that you made, so it's realistic geometry. Yeah, and then just cut it in half and then revolve it.
Basically, when you have to fill it with something, so it's going to fill it every single edge. That is essentially this. So try and make it very solid at first, because
What do you consider an example?
sometimes if the edges are very close to each other, when you fill it, it basically kills that. Okay, why don't you try and fill it like the entire circle?
This one is inherently round.
When you go out of. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. Normally when I fill it, I just stick with edge.
Wait, no, it's like this.
Well, the.
So then we put it this way.
No, it won't matter, because if you fill it, it'll naturally select that edge. Try and fill it in like the bottom.
I've already filled this.
Oh, you filled it that as
I
well,
already
yeah.
filled that. I just wanted to
Yeah,
fill-
yeah, that's why, like, we just don't fill it big surfaces. That doesn't work.
Yes,
Like, yeah. The geometry, also because you fill it in other stuff,
Oh, it's.
if you fill it on the fillet, it might mess up the geometry
Right.
and won't calculate.
Yeah, thanks.
Another key point is once you're ready to start revolving, you do want to turn off your canvas, just so you can look at your sketch carefully and just you can see clearly exactly what you've done, instead of having the canvas there to block your view as well. Yeah, so at this point, right, you don't have to be a straight line. It's done straight. Oh, yeah. So my suggestion would just be for the bottom here, yeah, you didn't do a slant point, follow the curvature. It would be much easier to just fill it yeah, you have to. It would be easier to do a straight line. If you want to do it that way. Like once we make a solid one, but like let's just keep it as is for now, right? So you want to vertically constrain the three mid on the three. From the last point that you made. Yeah. There you go. Now it's ready. Yeah, that's just because your blue line is not ready. Yeah, the whole line when you're ready. So it's gonna have yeah. Ready. Oh. Yeah, you got it, nice. And then I'll just keep line pointing all the way up. And again, make sure if you're unable to revolve it, it's probably because you haven't joined your entire design into a solid profile where it's shaded into it. One of the. Yeah. So notice how it's in small first. Yeah. Perfect, and then you can do a section analysis. And now it's a big cross section analysis. Yeah, just try it. You already know how to do that. Alright. Do section. Like that. Yeah, now you can see it's kind of move around. Yeah, I can see the thickness. You can measure some different stuff. Like within the. Yeah.
I think there's only. Well, I mean, you certainly get closer profile, so put off your canvas now as well as details, because right now you've got sort of the shape, you've already built the shape, right? Now you just wanna finish this profile off, so you're missing you're missing a line, yeah, just close it all off. But don't make a new sketch, right, make sure you're editing the old sketch. I'll edit it. Why do you already, there should be one. There should be one sketch for this thing. Give me the sketch that you've made of your model. Yeah, so have a click on which one is which and try to figure out what one or two. Which one? We don't have. Oh, okay. You have a point. Never mind. Make sure you get it and get straight to the pen, so one joint. Like the point is. Yeah, so why don't you try and move it around first? So escape. So move this point around my file. So it is already been second. The other point, see what's gonna trade each other. It might be one of these points, not the next one. Maybe the one where you went from straight to. Yeah, so you might want to turn off some of the extra geometry. So it's easier to see. Oh, no, there's no way. Alright, so is everyone able to make a solid body? Great, nice solid body created. Solid body, nice. Nice. Now the next step to making your model is to shell it out. Obviously, it's gonna be hollow, right? So shell out. Think about which surface you're gonna start the shell function on. Remember, the shell cuts out from the surface you choose. It cuts out a specific thickness all the way throughout the design.
Okay, now it's.
So normally why I would say that is because how I would have designed this model. Is I would have made a flat surface.
Yeah.
So this I would have personally made it flat.
Okay,
And then fill it after.
Well, I think it's because
You know what I mean? Because it's interesting, if you think about a bottle, right, the bottom is flat.
You're not in sketch.
It's not gonna be curved like this. You want to flat, you're gonna make a flat line, and then another flat line.
Yeah,
And then it's not just spline points underneath each other. So
just need to make sure that
trace on the back,
next then you'll be able
you
to.
can kind of constrain itself. So this is and make sure you're looking at.
Probably a constraint there. Otherwise, yeah, so like treatment.
Anything over.
Right, was everyone able to shell?
You just basically need to close it up, figure out, yeah, make sure that the shape.
The whole point is kind of.
Yeah.
Offset?
Yeah.
Ah, it's offset, that's
So
all.
eventually add it to the.
No, so.
Yeah, we'll call it.
So the first question is that like, is there an intersection? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be faster.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, sure. And then go up to the shell. Yeah, actually. It's also an easy.
From wherever the opening was.
Yeah, that's where we're at, yeah. And then. Yeah, no, you can't do that, right? You can connect with it. You make all the- The revolve is the. Try that, yeah. We haven't made that, that's it. So just press finish the so you have a revolve, just the shape. You don't have to put size.
Yes, I just.
There's another gap.
I just-
Oh, you know, it's like every, it's like you want, thanks, well, should say. Cause I just clicked on the top of my shell, and then I shelled it.
Okay, you got it.
Yes, and then you press shell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then have a wall like one. Then.
Which is the visual slide? Is this-
There's something else.
I guess it's because when you offset these, offset.
Oh, maybe not 10.
Or pretty might have to
No, it's not.
redo a sketch on canvas.
Try
Try redo it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why it's not the offset.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Oh, did that work? Wait, so mine's.
But you offset by 2.
Yeah. Also, you can make.
Models are.
Oh, that should be the same line, but anyway, that seems hollow. Yeah.
Oh, 1 millimeter. Is that just one?
Mine.
Very good, very good.
How do you solve offset when it's like lapse on top? You like the offset?
Yeah. So,
Go back to your sketch, yeah.
are you trying to give it a thing and then?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't need to do that, just revolve the entire thing and then shell it out after.
Yeah.
That's how to get, yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, so maybe don't offset, but yeah, okay.
That's what I revolved just a lot.
You can't, you need to turn it into stuff on.
Yeah, remember like you have the line.
You have to close it up, right?
To
Yeah,
the axis, yeah.
I mean, bottom block plate, is it, needs to.
Why don't it just be a cylinder? What about
Yeah,
your-
technically, yes, but look, even that was like, think about it, wouldn't that be way easier to?
Why
do?
not?
Yeah.
How do you get
Yeah, you can shell it. I think about where you can stop shell. It would be where the, where the mouth goes, right? You want to shell it from that way, surface.
all the way there?
Yeah, the shell function is automatically for the entire object. So for this one, yeah, so you, the mouth opening makes fun, right? So just pop the events of this. So when we get the mouse file. So we're good at trying to see the top.
Yeah. And then.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and already. You just kind of goes down.
It is.
Oh, I think it's not connected at all.
Oh,
It's not? Yeah, it's just up the whole. It's probably because the sketch, in your sketch. profile, you have to-
Not created at this stage, maybe I make it small.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Or was it closed?
Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Check that again. Yeah, you can, but that's what we were talking about just now, like, if you try and offset this, so you can try to offset it.
It's still on the
So
outside,
you can offset the entire profile.
but look at it through there.
You can set the entire thing, right, and then you can just cut it out, so you can make the outer object, and then cut out the inner object, you got what I mean?
There's something like that.
So you can try that, see if it gives you the same result.
Yeah, that's because I think we didn't.
I think
Yeah.
the whole, I think the shell.
I think like, you know how we had a line?
But like, this is a bit more precise.
I think our line there is perfectly straight. So when it went like that, it revolved, created another solid.
It couldn't do a specific data.
Yeah, it should have been completely solid object with nothing.
Yeah.
With all-
No, it's wrong.
Also, you just do the, oh, no, they were just growing like water. Yeah, don't you remember the cube?
But,
Even the
I
knot,
think I deleted
that's basically what's gonna happen.
I think I
It's a shell, and
everything.
yeah, maybe like one.
This.
There you go. Yeah, now it's done.
Oh, man, now that it's. I don't know why you think it's such.
Just delete the entire sketch, just take it out of sketch. Right, let's get not the, but the sketch itself, like the, which sketch two, right? Sketch one. Delete the entire sketch, put it in really that. Which is very simple for us. You can always add splash points at photos. So just go straight, and then just do like maybe five. No, you only need to add splash points, but not the curvature change. You don't actually need to add it. Change. Just click A.
I'll give it with blah.
Play around with which one you want. Yeah, I'm gonna do it now. Yeah, so if everyone has sort of a photo, so if you click A, it'll pop up with an appearance menu. And what you can do is you can select
You add
glass, and then you can drag and drop it into your solid.
It's like, basically I'm trying to basically make it.
Like, now this with the thing.
You can ignore them, I mean, they're just.
I was supposed to draw this for some reason, but I tried to do
Done. Does that do anything?
like that, which I don't know how it's getting made the money.
Normally, you wanna keep this though normally. Yeah, you usually wanna keep, you do that at the very end.
I know, yeah, I'll give this off, I'll give this.
Doesn't why can't I get all this stuff to turn blue, sorry, black?
Cool.
Is it- is it-
Everyone's able to add it. So, yeah, my tip was blind point, so only add blind points when it changes curvature, so just forget at the end, like, we need to do somebody. Again, it's just a change, and it's not gonna be perfect. So if you're gonna use an image anyway, it's not perfect already, so.
How can I join?
Probably.
I don't know.
Fine.
I don't know after that.
I don't know, it's a lot
Oh, that's perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I don't know.
You start looking at stuff and you're like, oh, you had that.
How do
Ah.
yeah, so it's not, it's seven not.
So you want to drag and drop it. Oh, yeah. Different class, different materials, try metal, try plastic, try steel. You can do like fabric, there's stone, I think there's water, there's air.
You can download a lot of materials, carbon
Yeah.
fiber, like there's.
Yeah, don't even,
all sorts of
yeah.
stuff.
Liquid.
Yeah, you can put, make it all water. Actually, you can make a solid body inside and then make that water. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
fill it in with water, okay, try to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that one,
I can try it.
the black and I forget this one of the sketch then.
I think mine's still on.
Right, so I need to press that again.
I haven't shown
That makes sense.
Oh, but it's fine, I need to show it with that way. Here. Then like, press. Nice.
And then shell. Oh, that's shell, yeah, that's shell. So you got this yellow sketch.
Yeah.
Toggle on and off.
Yeah.
No. And then, so I don't think it's anything.
Yeah.
So let's just get rid of it. Just delete it. So, yeah, the shell, yeah, I have to put it right. Great, so now it's more clean, right?
That's very cool, yeah. I kind of make a shell from here, right?
Yeah, correct, yeah, where the mouth is.
Right
Right now you're setting the entire.
It's
It's up to you, you choose, it's your time. Something realistic, you know, something realistic. That looks really good.
The biggest shell.
How did you change the will?
Yeah, it's a square.
Separate. You made a separate body.
I did this line up here.
Yeah. Oh, it's a straight line, it's already a separate thing, yeah.
And one's the.
Yeah, that's why it's important to not spline the whole thing, because then you can separate different parts. Yeah, so the reason why. You didn't add a string. You got a spline one.
But you want to be reminded of.
So for then you sketch.
I mean, you're not wrong. I think it's. Yeah, I think you're not wrong.
Yeah, so it's not as a spline point, that's what. That needs to be a straight line, so the computer knows that it's a separate surface. Yeah. So unfortunately, you can trim that, I think you can trim it. So I think at the final.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Feel like I didn't do any.
Yeah.
Oh, like you just do feel like.
How does a spline point? Or how to like cut one part of the spline?
I'll do it.
Yeah, we tried that, we tried.
I'll make a straight line.
Oh, you think of it?
Yeah, but also these spreads, sometimes like their eyes are very slightly like this. So sometimes it's like the angel is just smaller, so it's actually a mix up of straight. Does that make sense? Yeah, like because that's the same eyes are base. This line, so there's some part of that as well as another idea. It's like it's maybe 5 minutes.
Your lunch.
Yeah, so it's like it's not work.
Oh my god, there's still so much. Dude, like.
There are like preset diets.
Do it off lunch. Do it off.
Yeah, keep moving and then, oh yeah, is everyone else? You got about it?
Yeah, lunch. I think it's just the right.
1:30 again? Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna head to lunch now. When we come back, we're gonna be working with mesh. Or just knowing how to import meshes and other file. Yeah. Alright, welcome back, guys. So the next step we're gonna do is learning how to import mesh files. So what mesh files are basically STL files. So you know how you were getting your object, like your solid body ready to print, and it becomes all those triangular tessellated like an object. That's basically what a mesh file is. And basically, you don't have to do this now because you don't have a mesh file to import, but it's basically under the same place where the canvas was. You can insert a mesh. And then what's gonna happen is you're gonna get a mesh that looks like that, and it's gonna get a shit ton of like tessellations on it to recreate the shape. And then you can also transfer that back to a solid body. I'll get you guys to practice this with an object later on. So, and a good mesh trick if you are stuck with just a mesh file is that if it's a flat surface, you can actually delete one of the tessellations, and it'll automatically generate a flat surface for that. So a good reason for this is if we just want to extrude the surface just like 1 millimeter thicker, maybe to create like a screen protector or something, then that's how we would do that. Now, ideally, we would be working with step files instead of mesh files, because step files are sort of like the standardized file format for objects to share between designers. It maintains the features that they've created, and basically, even if they're using SolidWorks or Fusion, it should be recreating the same sort of geometry. And it'll look much more like something that you can CAD. And so after you've imported a step or a mesh file, there's a very important step that you need to do, which is to capture the design history to make sure that we're still working in our design flow and we get the parametric timeline back up. If you don't do that, you won't be editing within the parametric timeline and you lose all the data. So also rename your stuff after you've imported it. So rename the body that you've imported. I'll tell you where you can go. Okay. So go into either of these websites and you should be able to find some step files. I would suggest maybe like a phone would be pretty good. You can search up like iPhone 13. I've used GrabCAD for my S23 Plus model to make a phone case, which is
Let's go through that.
yeah. So head over there, make an account. Yeah, I don't know why it's always the first page is guns. Yeah, it's always just guns. Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah.
Yeah, don't print that, please. Here we go, problem.
Where do you
Do
go?
GrabCAD, and it's in but how did you get to this page? Oh, I'll check the library. Yeah, go to the library. So it's GrabCAD.com/library. So I've got it wrong. But you don't use it.
Yeah.
You look at guns. Yeah. Yeah, so you're not, oh, sorry, not this one.
Oh, this?
GrabCAD. Sorry, it needs to be library.
Well, he made the other.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But he made another.
And then now you search up like a phone design or any other design. And practice importing a mesh file, see what that looks like. And then import a step file as well. Sometimes the designer won't actually give you the step file because they want to keep that to themselves and they'll just give you the mesh file. Which is a bit annoying, but you might find a different designer. Yeah. There's something else.
I didn't have the.
Yeah, you do have to make it free though.
So.
This morning, it gets fired. Oh, it was, and then I converted it into this, but I don't really know what this is. I can only do it. I guess it's like review only, so then I converted it into a edit file. It doesn't have like sketches and stuff, which actually is but.
Yeah, that's the difficulty of using other people's.
Actually, it's like you can just like.
We just need a folder.
Yeah,
folder.
It probably is, but it's.
Search phone case.
A lot of people say. That's.
Downloaded it. Folder.
Oh, that's
In the press format that I can then get that. Invite. Yeah. So that's an SQL file.
Okay, what about it?
How I did it.
Yeah, I was wondering if that's what we're doing. Oh, okay. So if you give me a figure out.
If I had a picture of both.
That was very expressive.
Yeah, I saw just that he was like. He's turned his presentation to a dance.
Yeah.
Into a 40-minute dance.
It's very expressive.
Okay, cool. Is this a mesh file?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how to turn it into a solid body?
I forgot.
Alright, yeah, let me tell him that it takes a lot of time to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay, but mesh.
So after you, enter the mesh file, try to convert it to a solid body. So it should be under it, so in the mesh tab. Of the top, there should be. Or modify. Convert messages. Under the modify, there should be convert messages. Yeah, there's different, very different ways to do it. It gets very complicated later on. We won't really use much, mesh modeling in CAD, but it's just, you just need to know.
Right, so first step.
Yeah, so you can try, yeah,
Oh, mesh, oh, okay.
it comes with the bodies. The mesh file.
Let's make it.
You should probably look like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Also, previously we were looking on files and that was just something saying what it would print out.
Yeah, so
Right, into the past, it's my-
It does take a bit of
Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
that.
It's basically
I'll do it on color.
it's sort of like certified solid body.
For example.
That's probably saying you only convert the very end, you can never go backwards.
Yeah, so like that will allow you to.
Yeah, try do the step file, which is more realistic to like, I don't know. So go back to like grab Cad and Universe and then see if it's step file. So,
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
No, I just someone voted for
oh, sorry, to open step files, you need to open it in a new design, sorry, it's under file, you need to actually open it on like a completely new design. It's not into your file, so you need to, yeah, open, and then open that step file.
Go on the very top part, it's gonna be solid surface.
Oh.
No,
And then go to modify.
Between, yeah, it should be between, yeah, solid words. Yeah. Sorry, to open, yeah, to open step files, you need to open it completely separately.
Yeah, one. I call this call.
This is the mesh file.
And I have
This is step file.
Yeah.
So obviously the step file.
Yeah, so normally what we want to first thing we want to do for organize is to right click box and then rename it.
That's
So
good.
that it's like the phone, it's like imported phone or whatever. Yeah, and then you might want to make that new file. Great. And you want to do this at the very beginning, so you know that. Yeah.
Next week.
So separate. And then name that like.
It's just a better.
Honestly.
Okay, let's do how.
Parent body should be your main file.
I need to log in. So this one I'm.
Cool, now you got a phone case. And when you're editing the phone case. Yeah, so right now you're doing. Everything is. You don't wanna accidentally join. Yeah, you want to be set. Yeah, oh, we.
Oh, yeah.
We got the conversion done, let's go.
If you sign the contract, yeah. Yeah.
Which is fine.
That's great. Did you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. Sounds like.
I don't know. I think you can put the number right after.
That looks like it. So there's actually, or just search that on YouTube. There should be. That's what maybe it's like. Should be fine.
That's okay, just see what happens.
I don't think it's, it might be open today. Yeah, so it was open, but like on in their email, it says not open.
So before you want
This week. Two people. Yeah, that's correct. You can open it step out. The other thing is, yeah.
I did go in. Choose
Now it's ready.
And also
Now
like,
you
check.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's 5 pages.
That was good. Yeah.
Might not always.
Oh, and now we start.
You go always.
Design. Why would
Just get an engine. It's well, it's actually a so you know, they service stuff, right?
Yeah.
So then they
Good engine or not? It's just why would because like everyone would just. Why would?
Yeah.
Design.
I don't know about the no.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, I'll go to that second.
Right.
But then why?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's what intention created with the triangle.
Mentioned it was like
Process.
Oh,
Yeah, trying.
Yeah, so you wanna convert this.
It's not something.
It is in like okay.
So basically, it's gonna be your static, right? Like you're not actually gonna edit it. For example, you want to so you combine these rename as like from important files.
You can change my name.
Yeah, go back and grab it. Yeah. So it's more realistic.
Oh, yeah, I'll have boss. Add block, right?
Think about it, you just make a corner and you just fill it to one dimension. And then you just cut it out from a piece of nothing. Then you know that fillet is done. You can recreate this.
So you need like the circle.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
Yeah, they're just measuring the.
Something that was pretty good actually.
So how do you get that? How do you know that it's like the wood is solid?
The radius, yeah.
I could just make a circle with that radius and pop it out of the block.
Yeah, that's how you make this. I mean, we just got this.
Oh, okay. So did you make any of the one?
Yeah, on the, we will have, well, I made the phone case, but. It's gonna be a design class. We have sheets out. At the end of the day.
And he gone, what do you mean?
That's.
Yeah.
That's. I'm not
gonna lose it. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. But then when I was free, that's okay. So it was only.
Yeah, so you wanna write, you wanna write.
Pieces like, both, narrow, anything.
Maybe it's a conflict with you say, yeah.
Oh, well, it was.
Right, capture. So you should have done that before.
Obviously.
So now like we won't see around you, like we won't see the sketch and everything, so you might wanna like undo it.
Wait, how do I put in the history again?
The paramesh now, wait, let me go.
So how many?
Have it.
So this thing like pops.
Okay, I can edit it.
Yeah. So. For anyone that missed it, to capture the design history, so make sure you do this before you edit anything in the step file, or you're not gonna be able to change the sketch and stuff. So you wanna right click on the main, or it's gonna be unsaved probably. For you, the top component, and then design, capture design history. And then the parametric timeline will pop up, and then you're ready to edit the design from there. Oh. So in your own time. Okay, now just a quick recap on lofting. So. We can go back to today's design later on, so save it and then open a new design. Save it, open a new design, save it, open a new design. Cool. So what we're gonna do is very simply create two squares. And they're gonna be on different planes, so just think about making the first square first, okay? And then we're gonna draw a guide path that is perpendicular to the first sketch that you've made. And then we're gonna use a construction plane, just practice using this one called plane along path. Basically, it's gonna you can choose which area of the path you want to make a construction plane. And then on that construction plane, you want to sketch out a different square, different like width and length.
Your mind is two rectangles because.
Yeah, rectangles, yeah.
Two rectangles at each face, so it's four rectangles.
Yeah. And it'll be a point later on. We're gonna do one first, roll the other one later. Yeah, so this is, I'm just trying to show you guys the, how do you say, the power of using a center guide rail.
And try to create the other square rectangle on a different axis. It's like a off-wing axis.
Yeah, it's a plain along, yeah, anyway. Maybe.
We didn't want to. Yeah, because the hour.
Yeah, so start with that square and then have a midpoint of that square. It's like mark a point. Midpoint of the square.
Once you get to the point of making the center guide rail, it's very important that the guide rail is actually intersecting with the first point. So you might want to turn your sketch into like sort of 3D, so you know that point is completely coincidence with the first profile that you sketched. Yeah, you should project it, so then you can coincidence.
Make sure that you've created directly where the because I think you're not actually going where the point is. It looks like it, but you're like it's going on the.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, for you.
Yeah, about it.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're actually not drawing on the point. You're drawing on.
To make you
Now,
Thanks.
you can do it at the end, you can do it in the middle, and then you can go to the later. Yeah.
Wow, especially it's not.
Then just sketch on that. Yeah, right.
Well, me.
Yeah, well, yeah. Rectangle. And make the rectangle. Cool, nice. Oh, that's the path, yeah, the path is drawn
Did you get your?
perpendicular on a different map. Yeah. Yeah, you need to do the, yeah, you have to have the path in order to make this sketch. Yeah, it's another sketch between the two profiles. So if you don't use the path, it's just gonna connect the two in a natural loft where it just tries to join it as directly as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you're on the same axis as your midpoint of your rectangle.
So you can do that. Make sure you top that.
Side, you have to make sure that it's one there, it's not in just click like here, then you start on the edge of the.
So how would I do that?
I think I'm gonna
They
get.
do line.
Can I see your slides rather than your, what is this?
Oh, yeah, no, there were just two bodies.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to go to your. No, like, two squares.
And then I was gonna get a live breath, and then get to do that.
But look, do you see how it's like stabbing in?
Yeah.
When you project it, yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
So you get to it's a square, how was that?
On that, rectangles on the same. Oh, okay, so I just need to
Like
offset.
one inside.
We're doing this. We're doing this.
Yeah, take a look at this.
This square here. Make it not square.
There we go. Okay, correct. Yeah, you see how it's solid though? See how like there's no holes?
All I need to do is offset it by a certain
Yeah.
Just look at what you get, like 3 1 like that.
inside here.
That's not the. That's what this is.
It's not really fucking.
Yeah, where is it?
I used to like to get back.
This is water.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So there's like, I don't know if you can say this, what it is.
Yeah, well, yeah, like the plan should be like.
Outside.
Yeah, you know, it's good. Rectangle, circle, whatever you want. So should I have?
I have two rectangles now.
Sorry, I use one thing, so strong. I get the. I confuse everyone by saying plane instead of, and then they. Oh, yes, no, don't use plain long path. Cause it's like, you can edit it later to go how long. how
Yeah,
far.
spline and then plain one path there.
Yeah, plain long path into anywhere, and then you can choose to go to the end, like later on you can change it right back.
But just make sure that you're creating a spline that starts in the midpoint of the rectangle, right? Not in the axes, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
you need to have an offset plane.
For the first,
So that,
yeah, for the first line.
Yeah. For the first one.
So if you just look at it in 3D space, think about it, it needs to be, the guide rail needs to be on that point in 3D space.
Yeah. Right, on there, right, and you need to offset plane to spline.
Too much, right? Yeah. So the problem with that.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay, that's right. Now, yeah, perfect, yeah. And then the next step is to. Oh, shit. I'm not here. Anyway, the next step is to cut the middle bit. So like any other extrusion tool, you can also cut with loft. So what you're gonna see is even if you select the outer edge, it creates the full solid body when you loft. So you need to cut out the middle one after. So it needs to be 2 loft functions.
So,
After you get gone to work.
So should it be like that?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Right, there you go. Yeah. Another good thing that everything, the spline point of view, you can move it around,
Yeah.
so change it in real time.
And how do I make that?
Have you got the?
Yeah, it's gonna start over Oh, nice, perfect.
Yes, first.
That's good, so now you can just. And then that's power, this is a sketch.
Like that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let's do. So now they can.
On the text line.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can to move the final point. So we can.
Yeah, actually.
That must be God, yeah. Doesn't matter what angle the plan's on,
Yeah,
you can change the right one angle.
See, that's why yours is so.
But that would be a rectangle.
Like, why would
So,
you?
You can't be like, yeah.
will make a difference.
That's what we're listening, yeah.
But, yeah, no, just try something one over. See if it works. As a rectangle.
Why one line?
So now the kind goes on.
Or we do.
Yeah, so there's one more step that you need to do, it's just another long.
That's a big deal.
Actually, you can show. Oh, sure.
Yeah. You don't care, yeah.
It's just for my spline.
Yeah. But now you gotta create an offset plane based on that distance. So somehow measure the distance. Yeah, so you could.
So I need.
Did anyone get stuck in orbit last night?
Yeah.
Someone get stuck in orbit.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. How did they fix it?
As long as the center is.
Yeah. Never mind, I don't know.
I just crossed out and started all over again. I mean, quick fusion again.
Oh, you have to quit fusion, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't need to cross this design.
Oh, okay, try save it first though, save it first.
Yeah.
Lazy.
Everyone's so.
Yeah,
But like,
I mean, it's now for lots here.
Really
Nice.
yeah.
And
I
it's
don't, I
just-
don't.
Well, yes.
Yeah, okay, so this is so
You need another one here.
it's different to
I
how.
was constructing thing.
Now So, yeah, like, so we normally don't sketch line
3D at all, but sometimes when we're doing.
It's slow and wide.
We want to 3D.
So you should follow the guidelines. Yeah. Just rectangle, then the spline and then.
Oh,
Like,
this line.
It doesn't really matter, actually.
the spline has to be in.
One plane.
Yeah, it has
It's
to
in
be
one
one
plane.
line for it.
Oh, right, because right now my line just.
And then you use the plane along path.
But you can make it.
Oh,
Right,
right.
so don't do too much.
Now that like.
If you put the other one sit there.
So credit splines from that, you have to have siblings.
Oh.
How do you lock it along the line?
So
So
there's
Should be one. Absolutely cool one rectangle.
Right, and then.
Yeah,
Whatever we want. But if you get it from because I haven't tried it. Okay, nice. See, this is it's training.
It's not like it's here, it's sort of.
So now we need to say a second. So I want you guys to try and use this spelling. And you can offset the risk.
Offset what?
So control, like laws.
Oh, yeah, create a plane.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're gonna create an offset. No, that's all. Just follow it.
Yeah. That's one, that's.
Yeah, so basically.
Yeah, yeah. Square.
But if you wanted to go to the end.
I think you see one right thing that is. Both of them have to be up and up.
And then basically.
Can you show?
From the center.
So the same way that this one has.
Yeah.
This one.
If it locked, frequently, you read the calls, it's got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Using the, again, that's one of the.
You try toggle on and off on the sketches, so it doesn't fuck you up. Sure. But you want it to start on the.
So offshore have a negative.
Sorry, but I project it. Yeah, you can project it, yeah, that'd be a good idea, I'll project it.
No, not that profile, it's the, you know, it has to be inside profile. Shelf this.
Well, this is very.
It's shelf.
Yeah, right, do outer, they can get.
I'm sorry, I cannot help.
Oh, do you have, oh, you don't have a. I see, you don't have.
It's alright, you can just, I guess, yeah, it's all set aside.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I tried
Shell's only one type, it doesn't.
Oh, because it's like, yeah, the thing has to stay on.
Yeah. So that's what exactly you need to have the other, to have that.
Oh, okay.
Shell, I have shell.
Why is that?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
In the border.
Or like you say, try shell like top surface. See what happens. Say that. Yeah, there's so many things like that. Now that you unlock, lock is like the most powerful one. I think you can do it. I just need to know how to use the. Yeah, which is the next next.
You don't need to reject it.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Otherwise, I was like.
My sense line.
I'm creating this line.
Okay, so you have to.
These things aren't meeting, I think. Oh my god.
Yeah. But don't worry, it's easy fix coincidence constraints, right? So
Yeah.
so either take the normally I think you're gonna change the light point.
Oh.
Wait, so I'm here.
Yeah, so there's a problem with this, so I don't know why I don't have the slides for this. Let's switch the order. Let me just double check. So the basically the geometry has to do this thing.
Okay,
So if you wanna move this further away. So basically, if it's too big,
Yeah.
when it goes here, I want it
Then figure out how to show it.
to move this further away. Okay, hold it.
So I thought.
So like just like.
Yes.
Not try.
See it.
The loss would intersect it. That's
Now things will be the same.
Well, I mean,
It would intersect. Wait, I think that's okay.
And now we need to move that to wall.
yeah, but that's what we have to create.
We got it nice. Yeah, do you remember how you cut out? Remember how we
Yeah,
get
okay, but once again,
we should have cut out the
It will be.
first one from the second one.
It's not gonna be able to read.
So turn your sketches back on.
Yeah, we'll be on the wrong plane.
Yeah, do you wanna, now you wanna lock this inner one, inner one of the other one, and then you cut through, right?
Okay.
But if we look at that, how the everything will stay. We want to take.
Now I need to make these.
Yeah.
We'll do it one and then one.
It's on the
It's on the thing.
Then I just need to.
That's why I can't. Yeah, you got it.
Instruct.
Yeah. But in this case, since it's.
Yeah.
We will choose.
Actually,
All we do is follow the laws. Yeah.
maybe we just. It's okay. Wait, does yours work? Cause mine intersects. I didn't get changed it. You have to like move it further apart.
Oh, and then I just need to enter this plan.
Yes, please.
I realized.
You will lose that. It was so rainy. Well, it was so raining, but when I left this year, I'll as a kind of to catch an Uber, I decided to catch an Uber back to Mannix. I was like, bro, I'm not catching a cold after eating so.
You trying to drill spine.
And if I wanted
It's
to.
actually.
That's fine.
Yes. Wait.
No, it's still intersecting, so it's okay. Alright.
Yes.
Great spot. Actually, I would want it there.
Yeah, let's share the one. I'm out.
No, it's like.
Screen, can I?
We'll screen your application, by the way. Bigger. No, no, we haven't sketched anything yet.
Okay.
Because.
So I know I don't wanna lock it out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Stop. Yeah, great. So now we know like it's linking with the other ones, but yes, you go first. Yeah. Like, when- you know, that's what I sure. Keep going. By the way.
Like that.
Yeah, click on that. And so.
Running away this time, though. Kind of shape that you take. It's kind of probably. It's way too like long.
Yeah.
Okay, so drag your arm, probably.
So, can I, so if we can.
I can drag my arm. Yeah. That worked. No.
Yeah. Yeah. See what happens.
See how I was.
Yeah, this is what I want to do at work. I was trying.
Yes.
But now you can do it.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized I was exactly where it's at.
And your plane was here, and you here. This
Why-
five
why-
should be here. You're using center right now.
You know the issue? Because I see it. Honestly.
Basically, the plane you created wasn't.
You already got that? Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, so you just need to make sure that you always where.
Yeah, you can do the sketch, by moving where it was sketched. Moving to line art. Everyone owns a piece of paper there. They just.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so-
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
So the rails were-
What else is, it's like-
Now.
I think we can. Alright, it's just bougie thing to have. But Your reality.
It's just like. And the good thing is on camera, it's not like. You edit straight line. So try going back. All the way. Yeah, and
Get it. Alright, so I can just change my sheet.
exactly, yeah. So it's like,
So you need a, rental ordinance.
Yeah, no, I had this line, I removed this line. My line was, oh, let's just say.
The outside.
Yeah.
And I need to follow his.
we need to start new. You can ask like, recreate it.
Oh, yeah. I don't think.
Yeah, so you go to.
That's fine.
What is that?
It just means that, now you can operate, do you remember how you have paragraph 19? You have to press that so that if you now modify it. You always have a paragraph. Yeah, it's just like whenever, like, like if you just go back.
It's working. Thank you. So what's the pre-creation?
You almost got it, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're really close.
A little bit more.
You see them move the,
There you go.
oh, you did it. Oh, okay. That's why. Oh, but you know how to like cut out the middle? You know how it's not all of.
I've been on
Just
this.
less,
Yes.
just less code.
You can try that, but Michelle, let us have this throughout the entire way. What if we want the thickness here to be 1 millimeter, but the thickness on the other side is be like 5 millimeters?
I'm not having to.
So you know, I just get, you draw like how I do.
Was that happening?
Oh, like that, you go like that. Yeah. So go back to your-
Alright.
So you can make a new lock on
I have this.
and then basically you just cut out the inner square, yeah.
Maybe it's a little smaller one.
Right. What?
Yeah.
I created a
So that-
separate slide. Oh, nice, yeah, yeah. Mine's gonna turn out. Yeah, so basically, yeah, so you wanna sketch out and then go back, like, oh, you can go back. Like, the other thing you can do is make songs, that's what I did. Just so we can make the whole. You want me to?
Yeah.
It's completely wrong.
Wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, but then it's like essentially.
See you. Now, big sketch. Let's make sure it's not- But.
It's not really-
Yeah, you can use.
Why do that? Might be like this. We can change.
Oh, wait, I have a mouse.
Okay.
Wait, I forgot, I was trying to mouse if anyone needs it. If anyone's still using the trackpad.
Alright.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. So close. So close.
I think everyone gets the concept. So we've worked with the center guide rail. Now we're gonna work with something else, which is the side guide rail, which is a very, very similar concept. Right here, we're gonna be making 4 different profiles. And we're gonna be using this guide rail to give it more shape, right? So this is what it's gonna look like when you loft it. It's gonna be all the profiles and then choose both the guide rails. So let's get into it. So this is the base. See if everyone can follow along. Let's make a new design. Save the old one, make a new design. Yeah, and then boss your name on it.
Yeah, like, just like, I don't know, you like, kind of look at the body thing, and it feels like that, maybe, like.
Yeah.
And like, every time you come to my house, I'm my room, and
Good
you
shot.
have to drink all this stuff, so like, otherwise you just drink my answers.
I need to do it smart. I have another square, but it's currently hidden. Let's see.
You know how to do it.
I had a line, the line was very weird. I got wrong there, line for. I did it by creating a space.
Yeah, there's really center around. So did everyone make that? Oh, you got it, yeah.
Why did you add inside of this?
Go back to Mondays.
We should be making bowls, man, actually.
They're both.
Oh, yeah.
The only place you know.
So I've started it from the middle, so.
She's locking that out.
You can make 2. Origin. Well, no, we can start with it's a rectangle. We have to create a rectangle.
Okay.
Can you get that? Yeah.
This is the middle of the square.
Like this?
Yeah, next one, plane, in order to make it fly.
It's on this plane, and then you.
Yeah. It's not what you told me to do, so I'm meant to get that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you go next one.
Alright.
So you want to follow those.
This is the base. Next is the mid section, so it's gonna be 144 millimeters up. And that's gonna be the next profile. So if you click on the create, you can choose to make a rectangle from a center point. That way it's I think it's a lot easier to create these shapes. And again, the R is the fillet, is the sketch fillet.
So you go, oh, okay, 30 mils files.
So you can go, cool, nice, good, very good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was. Well, I'm making it for you. Practice, Cad Ii. Yeah, why don't we shoot beer bottles?
Yeah.
Guns. We're playing guns. I've been trying to figure that out.
It's like a life actually.
I just controlled it. Oh, did it work? I mean, sort of, I know
Sorry. Good profile.
Yeah, third profile is the first bit of the neck we're gonna do. So 38 millimeters, and take note, it's up from the second construction plane that we've made. Oh, sorry, the first construction plane. So another 38 millimeters up from that, and it's just 40 millimeter diameter circles. And make sure it's on the midpoint again, everything should be aligned with this one. 180, 114.
Oh, why is this moving?
You've got 9 numbers. I'm gonna add them together.
Oh. Actually, I'm just randomly. Can I check this one?
Oh, you get my.
I think we're ready to do it.
76 high.
Now just
Yeah.
the second bit is 89 millimeters up from the first neck, from the first circle. So another offset up from that, and it's 30.
Sorry, can you go to? Yes, sure. L2. Profile 2.
Yeah, if you made all four, so lock it, well, don't do it without the guardrail, see what it looks like, it doesn't look great.
Wait, what's the?
What was it? I mean, it looks like a back.
So you come from to the second one?
40 and 30.
So now what we just lost is.
Yeah, give it to.
Profile 1 again, your parents.
Purple one's the base,
What is that?
Yeah.
76 and 63. Yes, I need to check that. That's the second one. 38 millimeters. From the. Yeah, that could be more like a vase, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It definitely doesn't.
Mhm.
Now, the next bit, you can get creative, there isn't dimensions here. Basically, you can give the with the bottle more shape by joining these 2 points. Oh, well, you can actually do it on one side and then just mirror it over. So basically, you're adding guide rail, so it'll follow this path on that side. So give it a go.
Make sure that you hit all the profiles there.
Yes, so you can see how I've like projected, like made it purple, which means I've projected those points. So you make sure it clicks through to the next point.
This looks nice.
Yeah.
You go, where can you go?
Yeah.
Look at that, bro. Yeah, I'll trade for that.
How do you project on the How do you project off the guys?
I think I made profile too.
Oh, you can just mirror it around, so you can do one side front.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'm not making.
one guy literally just does one side, and the other side still.
Oh,
still
that's
that.
not center.
Yeah, it's not central.
But I can't lie.
Which is the good job. Well, I did the good job.
Nah, look at this, bro. I just feel that being like a crystal house.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah, so when you're sketching the side profile, you do want to keep maneuvering it around in 3D, so you make sure that it's connecting to the correct spot. And you're not like having the guide rail in the middle of the next profile. You're projecting the right points. Symmetry? Did I use symmetry or mirror?
You know what we can?
Did I use symmetry?
You know one of those, you know those camping features?
Same thing, we'll use mirror.
Really cool.
No, that isn't mirror.
Yeah, you know, like, it's not what you're right.
No, symmetry is a constraint, mirror is a tool.
Yeah, I thought you gotta.
Oh, it just uses the symmetry, but it just creates a lot of it. Oh, okay.
Drinking tool.
I'm not high with
Yeah.
I would just read. It's honestly, it's not that it's way in was really.
I have it online. Yeah, I have it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like true, like, that's hot.
Like, I like very useful, because first you put it on, right, so you know exactly how to follow.
Press down and drag.
Rather than drawing it close.
Oh, no, yeah. Go to the YouTube and then, yeah.
So you do
It's
want
very
to, yeah.
Yep, it's actually the X to Z. Yep, and it's very illustrated.
Or,
So it's like it locked in, that's what I think it's really, so that's why.
have you drawn it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sketch.
You made that?
But I need to project the point.
Drinking tool.
Oh, yeah, you can project it, actually, yeah. Project all
Craig, that's it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yes.
No,
Do the
Uh,
guide rails first, mirror it on the other side, and then you lock using the guide rails.
So make sure you project on the. Are you able to go into profile?
Yeah. Rick, can we go back one, couple, profile 4, sorry.
Nice.
I have to
Back to profile 3.
Okay, yeah.
It was 30K.
Yeah, I mean, like these points.
I'm a higher above. Yeah, yeah.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
It doesn't really have to be about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Construction planning.
And the next one's 39. No, I think it was 40. So this was the main one, right, that you mirrored.
Then stop making.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, different. So I put it like that. It's out.
And you projected, I think after there's. Remember projection last week snap.
Should be right.
Oh, you had this point.
No, the line. Yeah. I'm putting it in imaginary. That's not really connected for me.
Okay, so let's see what we got. So we know that these are good, right? So we know that touching was fine. This, yeah. It might be this. Yeah. Normally guide rails, so it doesn't have to be like all four. You can have separate guide, like this guide rail and then use that one after. Because you can have multiple guide rails.
Yeah, so you see there, there's in the scale of this axis and then.
There we go. Okay, so chains, and so a similar concept to how you explain, I think chain selection means it has to be punching on one side. And then without it, you can choose individual. So now shoot the other side as well. That should work. That's black one. Yeah. There we go.
Now,
If the guardrails doesn't work, try and turn off chain selection. And it might work after that.
Yep, so you're in sketch now. Yeah, and then sorry.
Is it working?
yeah,
Yeah, it's good, right? Yeah. So notice how like these, look at this side, look how small the outside. This is actually still on. So there's just a difference there. But it's like it's not too. Yeah, exactly, yeah, that's exactly what you see. Or like, actually for this one, the better way is to actually just make it. So chain as well. So it gives it more shape. That way you actually don't need to use that. If you think about it, guide rails is just equal to like building a lot of. So that's another way to do it as well. Yeah, project. Like, and like the profile one is here, and then profile two is 10. Just put some profile
Right now, this is.
that's like in between the two sides. That way it would give the same shape rather than using. It's like technically you'd have to use really.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, including lines.
Thanks. So
Yeah. Nine. They're not.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
No, it's.
Just keep this. Just build the guides.
No, go to your file.
If you want to continue the line.
You can only see through like.
That's one of the right. Oh, yeah, that's correct. You mean that's where you're drawing this?
The whole box.
Yeah, just keep going.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
So you have
Oh, yeah,
to.
that's so far.
Yeah.
You really hit it, right? Like, yeah, just have to make sure.
Yeah.
And then connect it.
Yeah, so one way,
Yeah.
you can try projecting like the stuff into
Just
the.
click P, go naturally.
Projection is just like.
Yeah, so projection basically just gives you the geometry of whatever you're selecting and punches it into the sketch that you're on right now.
Okay.
And it makes sure that is a linkage, like it's like driven into the linkage. So like whenever you change the one behind, it'll punch through again after you project it, yeah.
And you have some. Okay, so what you do.
You just draw a spot. Wait, draw from the bottom up, so just like makes more sense. Cause you can.
Yeah.
Zoom in from the, yeah, that's good. Make it big, maybe one more. So now just move that point back.
Yeah.
Just because like the whiskey bottle won't like curve up, so just move back into the.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure, we can do that, yeah.
And then so.
And then now just do one more up.
Yeah.
One more, there's a bottom.
There's
That one, yeah. So same thing you bring now every time. So this one, try to make it straight, maybe. It might look good. I mean, that's straight.
You know how you like that.
Don't use slide.
Yeah.
And we look onto that.
And yeah.
Locked on, yeah. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, you're in.
Yeah, you're all of these.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, naturally.
Like, let's say that.
Oh, okay, it was already done.
I go here.
Yeah.
I press
Now
this,
locked.
I press P for J, then
Start in the middle.
Yeah, so what you do is looks like that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, yeah. perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want. So you're ready to lock?
Yeah, so finish the.
Is it weird that it's locked into the midpoint as
What's your
opposed to the
spot
side?
stitch?
So how the lock?
Yes, I did.
How the lock works is
Yeah.
it just goes from like one profile to the next to the next to the next. Yeah, just click
Now.
it, click it in order. So click like bottom, that one, top.
Ah, okay.
So everything, just highlight all that. It's useful.
Okay, so everything.
There's your charge. Yeah, it's charging something, is it?
Yeah.
It's really flat. I can use mine.
Oh, shit.
Let's grab mine.
Oh, no, it's it.
Was that quick enough?
Please, yes, it should be.
Other way.
Most of the recording's gonna be gone.
Sure, you don't want to use my more powerful one.
Faculty's listening.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Anything you wanna say? I love medicine. Hello, I love medicine. Present. It's going great, it's going great. Did it work?
This. So you just make it this way. So what do you want to be? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so the profiles between like different planes.
Yeah, well, the light is.
Yeah.
Like we have it, which was.
That's fine, yeah, so we wanna make it first and then.
That's already in
So you can have the guide rails after, to make the. That's not the next one. Just think about it, that one is. So it's not like if it was. You can turn it off.
Okay, so.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can start.
This.
Wait, just-
Yeah.
There you go, so this is the next one. Great.
Well, actually.
And then now we can do the guide. So now so we're not using that line was the last. And then so you can select. Yeah, that is- I see that.
Oh,
Chain select just means you have to, it has to be one.
Yeah,
line.
so you should project.
And then click. Yeah.
It works now.
No,
Yeah, it's fine.
it's just.
See, check the guide.
It's just rendering.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why?
Oh,
Because
that's
that-
the location. Yeah.
What is it?
No.
So.
Oh, wait, that point does not.
Is this your profile, like the side of it?
Yeah, make sure all the points are.
Yes, okay. So.
So sometimes I think it's the geometry.
Mine would just never be able to work.
Yeah, just because, so make this square a little bit smaller, make the second square a little bit smaller.
You see how the purple lines indicate that so your spline now makes it.
Sketch three, yeah. Yeah, so sketch three.
Because they've been projected onto your sketch.
So edit sketch three.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so what I've done is basically, I don't sketch. Yeah. Along this axis. Then I've done the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
The circle, the initial profiles.
Make it a bit smaller, yeah.
So now you have.
I'll change
bullets.
that.
That actually indicates where.
Yeah.
So you just have to make sure that you're in there, yeah, so you now. I'm just going
Yeah, you mirror it to the other side.
Okay, well, I have a line.
Yeah, just make construction line here. Oh, nice. Oh, that's fine, yeah, if you did it manually, that's fine too.
Yeah.
It's off my.
Wait.
Oh, okay, no, it's because you're sliding.
Okay, that's fine, yeah, just spare the sketches. Right,
Zoom in.
so initially.
I'll delete.
Yeah, delete sketch.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sketch, yeah.
Sketch.
And then, right, go back to previous view.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I'm just.
So
So you go. So a lot of things to make sure we profile.
Oh,
Go base, first layer, second layer.
Points where.
And now.
Okay, climate carrots.
Yeah, thank you.
The third circle. So if you do it wrong, no need to like.
So just a quick note, that to do this one successfully, you need to use project, right? If you're not using project, it's almost impossible to get this right.
Perfect. Perfect.
Right.
Okay, now, yeah, almost done. So now we just need to show guide rails.
Oh, yeah.
So center line was the example we just did, which was this little bell thing. Yeah. So now click on the cursor on the rails. Like the cursor underneath. Yeah. And now click on the rails that you found.
The rails are blind.
Yeah, it's not plus five. There we go. So you see how, so it's basically. You get another rail, so you can see it. So just remember what this looks like, right? So this side, so you see how the like bolt is outside of the rails? Yeah. So using the rails will confine our loft into a sculpted, like into our desired shape, yeah. So right now.
Yeah, but this one is produced, so that'd be different between the center line and center line. Like it should be.
From the center, correct, exactly.
Like,
So, yeah, so let's just use those one, yeah, let's just use those rails.
You connect to the.
yeah,
And
yeah.
now let's be cautious. And then you can also mess around with it. You can change the guide rail.
Now tell
You make this straight, and now basically fill it.
Go back to the, yeah.
Like you have to get out of this again. Oh, you have to click OK, and then go back and edit.
So it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah, so they're kind of. So sometimes it's just like. No.
Yeah.
Click this one, click that one, click that one, click that one, and that's so, and when I go into Rails, and I click here, it doesn't let me.
Is there,
Oh, and then why is it like Rail missing?
I think I've seen it edit sketch. Edit the line, right? So you wanna edit that. So edit sketch here and see it.
Oh, wait.
Now it's okay. Well, the item that's being there.
Yeah.
Like that.
And then
change the shape.
Yeah, change the shape, yeah.
Like that. So you just.
Yeah, correct, exactly, yeah.
But it still won't let me do it.
You're just trying to
Rails,
roll
it's like, I don't know how it's not-
Mentally locked, yeah, I think I missed it.
You can loft it all in one try, but.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, maybe, so maybe try that instead.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll do everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
you need to go into that sketch.
Oh,
and then set it.
You want to set up all the different profiles? Then I click that.
Oh, no, it's-
This wonderful.
It sounds
you
like- it's so like- it's not like-
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to make sure that intersects, which is where.
Okay. Ah.
Yeah,
so do I have to-
put it very close, it doesn't
I'm saying
necessarily
it here.
intersect, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so just refix the sketch, just it'll snap into place once you get the sketch.
So I'll have to go.
Go back to the sketch, yeah, finish that. Oh, no, you just.
I don't like onto the sketch that it's you know, it's.
So we usually put all the rest of the body.
Yeah, we find having good sketches. We don't name it. Which one?
You managed to get it?
Yeah.
You get it?
What was the green line is the direction of
This one?
The greater. Just different bits of.
line.
It's not.
This line and this line actually the same way, in the same direction. Yeah. I would be like something that
I didn't leave the one. I just know that the grade stuff, yeah. And that, right now, it would change.
Yeah.
Take it out, right?
Where is this again? I feel like it's a word. It's not.
Even though it's like.
Oh,
There is the one that has like. Yeah, it talks because of the green. It sees the green light. It sees.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like it is.
Yeah.
Right, we can sit out with you. I'll drink.
Okay.
Doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
Nothing to it.
Can I see what happens? Okay. So, try.
This isn't coincidence.
Brown's office.
Oh, look at that.
So this, at this point, these.
You think you're gonna put it- no, it's not.
If you wanna see it properly, you go to, design. That's what it looks like.
Okay, that's like it.
Just black, okay, that's wrong.
Hey, that's like artistic, you know, it's artistic. Go back to you.
Yeah, this is why. This is exactly why.
Wait, do you know why? That's like you can sit on this. No, I can't, instead of being like glare.
It's one of the options that we usually, you have to play, you must have accepted. It's gonna, denial of force of the set.
Only
Like,
one.
what's that's right? Yeah, one of those, yeah. It's press around with those. Yeah, we go. So,
This is not been.
I still need to do.
You don't need to do it that close.
Yeah.
Do it, just make sure that you hear it, right?
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So this becomes.
One is essentially one these profiles on.
Oh, wait, it's actually changed the color.
Yeah, okay, so.
Oh, it is organized.
I was on that.
This is not.
Makes it more red, I want it to be like.
And then what you want to project is the circle.
That's just the line.
Oh, so the line.
So-
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's.
so it just marks where it is on that. When you, so now you just go to.
It doesn't matter that much.
You're gonna have.
Probably still gonna be.
That's not too crazy.
Or it's still maybe.
Also make sure that on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't.
It'll go.
Okay, so if you take that, so you go on this.
Yeah, every call.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how to get rid of this mark.
Just because I thought about you made it close.
I think
Leave the sign, so you can know it's. It's just with this profile, with these two profiles. Maybe I don't want to.
Yeah, those are good for owl. Don't get.
I don't really. I don't know how, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, but if it's not, then. Well, what happened to that? What about plastic? That's not okay. So what did you do for the top?
We know that it's shell now.
I feel like it. Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
I think it's probably should find a weakness, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you guys.
Like.
I said it doesn't work.
Wait,
For the face.
so let's just.
Yeah.
As it does the exam. Basically, we have to shape.
Yeah.
And.
No, it does everything. Outside.
That's all.
Yeah.
Why is it coming out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just-
I understand
it's
what.
just-
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fine, I'm just not.
It's good that you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to do like a single way of doing also extreme, right?
Oh, there we go.
Just show.
It's
way for 3D.
Yeah, it's found.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like one. I mean,
Also, so they have to connect.
Yes.
So you can't key in this one.
it's visible when I did it already.
Now you can do.
Make it more.
That's what he does. What other does he does say?
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, well, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, okay, so. No, it's fine, it's fine. Is it be able to practice the guide rails? That's the main function. Did it?
It's very weird.
Because I like my phone, it's very old fashioned.
Oh,
Like literally.
yeah, that's the thing with the guide rails.
You can't go where they go.
You can still wear the long course by using the guide rail, but then you have to use more guide rails on the side.
I did.
Probably the shower. Right, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't work, it just doesn't.
I added a.
A lot. A decent amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry? Yes. No, I think we should.
Because of that, so they change the rails.
Alright, let's move on from that. If you have any questions, you can find us tomorrow, maybe we can do some more chatting if you want. Okay, so new design guys, save the whiskey bottle. New design. Something else we can make in Fusion, and it becomes very important when you make complicated designs, and especially for engineers, is joints. And these are some examples of what joints would look like. I don't know why that one's not moving, but basically, this is a pin connecting it, and then you spin this, and all these edges push up. Pretty cool. So let's try make joints. This one should be a pretty simple exercise. We're just gonna make a subject myself. There's like a ring and then a cylinder in the middle with just a little bit of clearance. You can make that to your own dimensions. Let's just get this on the screen first.
I feel like 20 seconds.
Yeah, like this is what we should be all able to make something like this, okay? It should be quick. We should be good enough at this now.
No chance.
Just an important thing is make sure you have those two bodies in two different components, right? Because that's how we're gonna make the joints. Cool. Let's do it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 2 minutes. Tolerance it.
0.5 mil gap.
But yeah, 0.5 mil. Any tolerance, as long as it can sign through realistically.
Yeah, we can move the last one.
Yeah.
So does everyone know how to create a new component? you don't raise your hand. Component. Holes.
So
Let's say the cylinder.
you can just do, can you do this with one sketch? Is that okay? Or do you need like that? On the same, like they're both on the same axis, like.
Sorry, it doesn't matter.
Like it rests on the same. Okay, so you
Yeah.
can do it with one sketch, right? Yeah.
No, but it needs to be two components. though.
Yeah,
The
that's fine.
cylinder's
Yeah,
got-
you can do it with one sketch, but when you're extruding, just make sure to click new component.
Oh, you can do that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say the best practice is to make new components first, and then at the start of your design, have new components already.
That's true.
Instead of making it along the way.
So I get it. What's
Also-
the difference between a component and a body first?
So components is like an entire
Folder.
thing on itself.
It's a folder.
Yeah, it's a folder for sketches and bodies.
Yeah.
Within the component of body.
Yeah.
So,
So right now, we wanna make two separate components, right?
Okay,
So one
and-
component we have is three, and the other component we have is.
And the distance between the 0.5.
We can do that.
Okay. How do you make?
Oh.
Is it using this?
The new component is that one. New component.
Should I start again?
So once again. Yeah.
Okay.
External or internal?
Internal, good question. So you're gonna get option between external and internal components. So internal components will be used within the design that you're on right now. And external components will be used in assemblies when you wanna combine different designs in a separate file. We will pretty much never use external components, those are for like really complicated designs. So we'll go from one. Internal. Oh, okay, I see, yeah, so you can check that, because you've already made one, right? So let's select the body of that. Body of it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the component, you can rename it. It's just now when we select the bodies, it changed it. So. So this should have been a component itself. Make it an additional component. Make it axis. Okay, I'll show you what a component looks like, so click that. Yeah, so click you. And then just click search up, or you can make it for each body, but just type cylinder. For example. And then click OK. Oh, no, don't click that.
Oh.
The parent.
I'm making this.
So.
you good? Yes. Then extrude.
Now you're gonna do what we call a cylinder component. And this other thing you've made is.
I made it.
It's not.
It's folder.
The whole
So
thing.
it's gonna be followed up.
So component is
So
a folder.
it's gonna
Right,
be.
right.
Component is-
So I
made a folder,
So
right?
now you
Leave
make
it
cylinder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Leave
So make cylinder.
You can.
Just in the middle.
Oh, I understand.
Display.
Yeah, sure. Really matter.
Yeah.
As long as it goes, because later on when we build the joint, you can just slide it in and out.
Yes, you want me.
All right. I got it.
Yeah, so you have concrete, yeah.
I can only do it one, I can do it one, 2 weeks.
So-
Yeah.
So guys, very quickly, after you finish both things, it should look exactly like, or something like this. You should have two components. One should say the ring or the hole, and the other should say cylinder. And then from then we can make a joint after this. Yeah.
Let me rename.
Yeah, so. Not. So, which is fine, cylinder is really chill. So there's a little hack, but we don't normally use this because it's not as good of a best practice. So go to your body. So now we might have to toggle this on and off. So we know what to do. So this is that one, this is the ring.
Yeah, okay.
So it's okay. That's
All right.
right. And let's do. They named this, also the same. And then now, yeah, so. And then if you want to see both of them, on your top level, we'll say. So you will. Now you see both. So right, so normally when we do components, you don't want to edit. So not edit exactly. And activate that component. Like, so now you're activating this one. Yeah, so now you're working on a cylinder. So for example, just emboss something.
Yeah, I know, I saw that.
You want to emboss something on the ring? Yeah, just so you know. Now you're activating it, and then as long as you got something. Yeah, so you should be good to go. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, the component is a way to process it, different than it was like that. Because that would, for example, the simulator, right? It's like, you've got the lower part, and the cylinder thing, which I'll show you. They have to be slightly different components in order for you to create a motion that you punch a hole. Everything is which is like.
Okay.
See them as one move.
So that you
Yeah.
in the CAD.
Some model is.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I see. I still cannot understand why this was but.
I'll teach tomorrow. We can go back to it. Yeah, no, I don't know why it's wrong, but like, we can make a new one and then try to get it to work. I wish I knew.
It's no box, it doesn't work.
What a new component.
I'm going to join.
I just made it the same.
Name this first, name this component.
With the fire on.
Let's say there's a dog. Quick and then bring.
Can't remember.
Let's put it down. You don't need to touch the
I'm
bottom.
not in it.
That's.
So now we want to make a new component.
My model just doesn't lock.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. I like around with it and it doesn't work.
We put that one here. You can do other way. We just need that. We just have to have this way. Maybe it's smaller. Rename your components. You can
It does.
don't leave your components as component 1 and component 2 because
It just
we don't know what that is.
Non-extreme way they do it.
Let's do yeah, that's fine, yeah.
No, no.
Ah,
Right. Now it's.
Oh, you got that, nice, great.
The way you mentioned.
You guys-
Just like a small. What am I that mentioned? You have like. But. No, yeah, it's a hundred, no, it's 100 millimeters. So something that looks like that. Yeah. Actually goes like that. My area is all about. This area, yeah, 1,963 millimeters square. And it just says radius is,
right.
Yeah, no, we did.
I'm there.
Yeah, they're trying to break off.
Well, that's all.
Three play.
to make it.
Make it.
About it in line.
Yeah.
Equity.
Yeah.
New models. And it sounds like that's even about what you think. So like. The one that you put this. But.
I can activate it.
Yeah. Whichever.
Actually, the way it's 2 years.
Oh, you already got it.
I'm gonna do it anyway. I'll just go.
Oh, you wanna make a new component? Yeah.
So I'm torn in. But you need what line editing.
Oh, yeah, now you wanna make a ring. Yeah. Oh, cool. So everything's correct so far. The parent, you wanna select the main file. So.
It's like super solid.
Yeah.
So in order to make a ring, yeah, so then now you and then just make sure you're working on the right thing. You see that little black dot there? So you know you're working on the right thing.
Order please.
Alright, cool. For those whose screen looks like this, you got two very clear components. We're ready to go on to the next step, which is creating a joint and doing motions. So you want to go on assemble. joint, I think, I'm pretty sure J is the shortcut, so try that. And then what you're gonna need to click is within the screen, click on the component one and component two, just the two different ones. After you've selected one component, it should gray out. And then to make it clear, you can toggle it off on the browser and then click this other component as well. And then with the motion, you want to make sure that you're selecting slider. Because that's what we're doing.
Right, that's hectic, bro. It's not showing you on the.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about that later. So like.
Mine are recently. It doesn't really matter if it's like before. Slide and set X.
Yeah.
Oh, because you want that, I know.
It won't matter, like when you do it. It's not true, it can only move slightly, right? You can't.
Which is, it's shaking.
Oh, yeah, that's cool, yeah.
It's like just like.
Yeah, the one by training something else, and yeah, that's really, so then change it back to light, then it plays. Oh, press preview mode. It's on motion at the very bottom. Creating a new.
Oh, that's great.
Press that K. So I just have it previewing.
Cool.
Oh, so right now, everything got the.
I think they've got it. I think most people got it.
Make sure.
So now that you've created the joint, if you select your top level or the parent component, you can actually just slide it with itself. You can move the actual ring around and it should be as a slider function. And so this is also why we don't make edits on this. So you make all the edits in the components, and this is just for the assembly and the joints. Just way of organization.
Wait, I don't see that.
But.
Are you guys able to move it?
Is a slide.
Yeah, the joint is supposed to be in the top level. So now can you move it? That's it. It's like you're able to slide it.
Mine's going, mine's like this.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. You do it like just.
Oh, you mean like.
Assemble.
Yeah, it's not able to drag, yeah.
Let's leave it off.
Yeah, you should be able to drag.
Yeah, so try change it to.
Yeah, it's slider. Yeah, just press that. And then it's.
That's what it's like.
Sounds out. Wait, but I don't have the activate one.
So there is some extra settings that you can do in the motion. You can set a maximum and a minimum. So there's a limit to how far you can move the ring and cylinders, make it realistic. I'll move on, do that in your own time. There is more practice. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to this in a second, but basically within basic training in CAD on the very left, you can click tripod. And what Fusion has done, they've already built a really nice tripod, but all of these components can actually move, like, but it's not in the correct way. So you need to build the joints yourself. I'll just talk you through it. You don't have to do it. So basically, what we need to do is to pin one of the components, because that we know that is like a rigid point to start on, and we normally choose the component that has the most connections to it. That way, we can do everything else from there. So what you want to do if you end up doing this activity is to pin this red one. And then another function we can do other than just joint is called as built joint. And what that means is you've actually CAD'd the joint in position already. So it's a bit more easier for the computer to know what's going on. And what you can do, it's much easier actually, as built joint, you just select these two and the computer sort of knows that it just slides. And you choose the type of motion as well. And there's another motion we can do. So there's a ball joint that we can do for this top socket part. And again, for those ab geeks, there's like yaw, pitch, roll for the ball joints. And then, yeah, that's the ball joint. And now, if you've done your syringe properly, you can try and make something like this. Thank you, Andrew, for padding it last night. And that's what it should look like. And you can see that there's limits to the movement. That's how far it should go out, and it pushes all the way in. It can't go any further because it's not realistic. Cool. Yeah, so all those joint stuff, you can do it in your own time later on, we'll come back to it.
Alright, so we're gonna quickly talk about sculpting, which is another sort of advanced fusion technique. So this is where you actually like create a piece of clay and then you start sculpting it. So what you can do instead of creating sketch, so press create, is create form. So you can design, sorry, get into the habit.
Save everything.
Yeah. So this one we're gonna be creating an earbud, if you wanna call it something. Okay, cool, so create form, so create, and then instead of sketch, create form, so it's the purple one. Yep, and then you can create something that, I don't know, like it's just like 2 by 2 millimeter, or like 20 by 20 millimeters, sorry. It's just like an, just looking at ear pod. So you have this thing, yeah, and then play around with the arrows once you have that. Box, right? What dimensions? It's about 20 by 20. Yeah, 20 by 20. Does anyone create a form?
Okay,
Correct form, yeah, just play around with the arrows, so basically the arrows just indicate that you can squish it, either pull it up, pull it down, in whichever axis you might be interested in. Now, there's a couple of other ones as well, which is the circles, those allow you to rotate, right? There's a central sort of origin circle, which is really important, we'll talk about it later, but just sort of play around with that sort of clay-like structure. And so, one thing that's really critical as well is just make sure that you have in the sort of bottom menu there, shaded with hidden edges turned on, right? So that's green there, visual style, and then shaded with hidden edges. If you don't see the edges, then it's a little bit confusing to do sculpting. Shaded with hidden edges. Yeah, you're cool. Yeah. Okay, if you don't see any arrows, then click modify. Edit form. You'll see the arrows.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. All right, now a couple of things that you can do as well is you can create a completely new face. So I want you to try creating a new face, which is either Alt or Option. So if you're on a Mac, it's Option. If you're on a PC, it's Alt. And then plus, you click on the origin circle. And then you create a new face that allows you to push it inwards or outwards. Is that working? So, yeah, so click modify. You're not seeing the arrows, so you have to click modify and edit form.
Okay.
Yes. Nice. Okay. Yep, so try creating a new face. Yeah, Alt, and then on the origin circle. Okay, so if you notice there's multiple circles there. So you play around with your blob.
Sorry, this is. Ah, this is called.
If you can't see it, any of the arrows, you want to modify and yeah. And then it will come up. Yeah. Yeah, and then you click on that center circle, Alt, and then you create a new face. If you click on Alt and then that circle. Yeah, and then push up. No, this way. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So make sure you see the arrows when you try something.
Then you have like that circle thing that you see in the middle of it. Yeah. Click press Alt and click on the circle. The circle mark in the middle. Yeah. But I just Alt change the like drag it. Even without Alt change Option Mac. But the thing is,
Yeah.
regardless of what I do, with He does it without.
Maybe it's like. So now there's a crease option which allows you to create a sharp face. Okay, so it doesn't have to always be smooth. So for example, if you're thinking about an earbud, there's often a crease in there. So just play around with the crease side. So just pick one of your faces and click crease.
Yeah.
Nice. Seeing a lot of eyes there. All right, cool. And then you can also insert a new edge. So if, for example, you want a new feature somewhere, you can also insert a new edge and then sort of allow yourself to create a new face and sort of modify that face. Okay, so final sort of function to be aware of is that if you start again, a lot of yours are now asymmetric, but if you start again from a fresh block, you can actually force symmetry, which means that if you modify one face, then it's going to impact another. So you have to pick two faces along a certain axis, right? And then it's going to sort of mirror the changes that you made to the other one. Okay, so it needs to start off symmetrical. You obviously can't do it with something initially asymmetrical. All right, so your challenge is to see if you can create this. So just start with the same blob that you had before, right? Just focus again on the top part. So the top part, and then think about the stem later. It comes a little bit later, but it's actually a little bit easier than you might think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You just need to push in some things, push out some others. That's it.
You want to do it? Oh, okay.
Start by 20 meter block.
Wow. Here's a very, here's a message.
Watch out.
Yeah. By, do something to fix.
I just thought the most similar.
That.
Yeah, big things.
Side, great.
It's not great. Going to upwards. It's boxed out. Yeah, you just see some of them. Oh, it's correct. But the other. Actually. The one with like, the whole thing. Oh, it's something like that.
I think that is something like that.
Oh, okay, that's my bad.
Well, it's asymmetrical. Yeah.
That was, I thought,
Okay, yeah.
I thought this,
It's on the
I
circle.
thought this cylinder would be filled, but.
Yeah,
it's-
solid rock block.
Okay,
It's the
okay.
standard.
Outside the-
2.2 volts.
What do you want? I think you should. Also, you want.
Not that.
Can you do it? Yeah, we're trying. You need to teach them to like shift and then
Shift. Oh, can you, what's that?
it basically creates more surfaces, like versus pulling one surface out.
No, it's once you leave scenario.
Oh, okay. You have to want to share that? I wasn't even.
I'll see if they have it. It was in the pumpkin thing, but.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah,
Bring that back like.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You're on the right track there. Yeah, you're on the right track.
I mean,
Yes.
yes. Square.
It's.
Yeah, nice. Okay, and now you gotta pull out.
I know, I just think. Two separate.
So it's got symmetry, okay, put symmetry then. Pick on the faces you want to insert.
Just trying to put it around. No, I'm just trying to move it around. So I'd rather just take more stuff.
Sorry, you can, I think you can select like half push over this guy. Does it stop you? Okay, then it's just two faces.
Yeah. What you can drag.
Well, what about like?
Check the symmetry options, maybe there's more. Don't stress too much about symmetry at this point. You just like, you can actually achieve this without using symmetry at all. But does anyone have any ideas for the sort of stem part? Like, how do you make that stem? So most people are now sort of, they finished the top part of the earbud. How do you make that stem? Create new faces. More faces means more. Yeah. So just think about that stem part there. You have to push it in, create a new, like create a new face, push it in, create a new face, pull it out again, and then create a new face and create the stem. How do you get you because you're you can capture
Yeah. Oh, so if you wanted to make some of that.
yeah, active brain space.
And then-
Well, actually, I don't know how that is down.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I see. what you mean.
Oh, are we doing that joint?
Yeah, it's connected. You can.
So,
No, no,
the extrude on-
just shift that. Sorry, yeah, so brand new face in there, brand new face, pull it out. That would create that sort of folded in structure. Right, and then brand new face in the bottom. Yeah, sorry, what was it?
Oh, yeah. Just to. Yeah, I mean, for me.
New faces. And then put the face, okay, full faces. So just, I see some people get into the stem part now, it's a little bit trickier, so you have to create a new face on that side of it, push it in, create a new face, pull it out, and that's how you get that sort of folded structure, right? Alt or option, and then click on the circles, but click on the faces you want to modify first. Make sure you see the arrow, click Alt, and then, or option if you have a Mac, and then click on the origin circle.
I can go back and more. Sorry. No, the other side. I meant that like big face.
Yeah, so you move forward, you have to pick the.
No,
click on the faces.
Modify. Or.
Yeah.
Option. A home option and full. This is one. So I'm talking about one.
Click the inside, yes. You need to click the outside. Yeah. Option. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We had a new face. Push it in. You're rotating it. Thank you. Turn your perspective so you.
Yeah, just do that, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
That was like
Somehow, sorry.
was here, or
Yeah.
I was thinking like this was out.
Same thing.
Yeah. I think they already.
Let's select those three and then options.
Section.
Shift your mouse back. Shift an option and we'll go on.
Like that, and then.
Yeah. and go back there.
Create a new face. And then pull it out. So. No, you have to pick the face. It's not really, all this is the outside. Salt.
No, that's not really.
I think I fucked up with the
Jesus.
So I was thinking. So now it's not fully properly.
It's probably.
Yeah, do a smaller face. You can create a smaller face, you can create an edge, right? If you need, so. Yeah.
So magically, I only need to do one side. It's cool to do one side.
Which one?
Oh my god, yes, there's so many circles.
Thinking about side.
Yeah, let's look over.
Yeah, so to make a initial circle, you need to form in such a this sort of circle to start with. Sorry, you can't start But so you can kind of recreate a result, and then you can sculpt it so it's smaller. Yeah. Well, it's quite long. Sculpting is hard. Yeah.
Yeah, if you really wanna learn it. I think I made some little tutorial.
We'll send for some tutorials about how to do this specific thing, but as you can see, sculpting is very, very challenging, right? So just something that you need to sort of get used to and be understand like the approach. So you need to be aware. Sorry?
It's like a separate CAD, like CAD, almost like.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start to move on because we are running out of time. So you can work on this in your spare time. We'll also send a video on the website that just links you to how like a professional would do this, right? Which is really cool. Okay, now also just be aware, in addition to sculpting methods, so we briefly touched upon this for meshes, but a lot of the plastic industry does rely on what's called surface methods, which is they merely just create surfaces and then they mesh it all together or patch it all together to create like a solid body, right? But what you're getting is pretty much just like a surface with nothing inside, right? It's just a bunch of surfaces. Now, that sort of allows us to do sort of cool things like, you know, if you want, for example, to create a pumpkin, we can also put a tutorial on that as well. So a really good website as we're sort of closing out some of the CAD portions of this is a YouTuber named Product Design Online. And so he has a lot of videos about how to do like really sort of intricate things on Fusion 360 all the way from beginner all the way through to advanced as well. And that's how some of us learn some of the world of this stuff as well. So okay, cool. All right, now a quick note sort of about threads. So now threads we talked about before, or maybe we briefly talked about, is just the sort of circular spiral that you can add on certain things. But there's a whole sort of other world you need to be aware of for threads as well. So this is a sort of guide to the different fasteners that you can use when it comes to product design. And so we have things like nails, which are really weak, really simple. So you can use obviously a hammer or a nail gun, but they're sort of the weakest option available. Slightly stronger are screws. So these require a screwdriver or a drill. So they have a sort of screw thread along, it's like a nail with a screw thread, right? And then the sort of strongest option is what's called a bolt. And so a bolt requires an attachment on the other end. And so I think I have a photo here. So this here is a screw. So it's sort of like a nail, but with, you know, threads. And then a bolt has another attachment on the other side to guarantee that it literally can't exit unless you remove this. Okay.
Now, sort of other things that you might see as well. So this here is a bolt. This is called a nut. Okay, you might have heard of bolts and nuts. And then this here often has what's called a washer as well, which is just a component to sort of provide a bit of offset between the bolt and the nut, so it's a bit easier to sort of put on, take off, that sort of thing as well. And it also protects these components as well from damage. Now, these are the different sort of screw heads that you might see out in the wild, the most popular being the cross slot and Phillips and the slotted. But you might also see a hex one as well. And so just sort of being familiar with what these are actually called when people talk about it. All right, now another sort of thing when you're dealing with screws is that there's a difference between what's called a countersunk hole and a counterbored hole. So different screws are built differently. So you might actually see, you know, for example, if you buy the wrong screw, then that actually isn't just going to fit because there's a counterbore versus a countersink versus a counterbore. So when you're sort of designing, just consider, you know, if you do want a screw, for example, these are sort of the two main options that you can use. And you just have to make sure that your screw or your bolt actually has the right head for the counterbore or the countersink. Okay, so those are the sort of two key options. Now, bolts and screws do rely on threads, and this is what a thread actually looks like. Now, threads are a little bit confusing because there's both metric and imperial threads as well. So the American system has a completely different system to the Australian one, for example. But sort of important things that you need to be aware of is when we talk about pitch, it's the distance between threads. Okay. Then you also have things like the minimum diameter, the major diameter, which is the sort of distance at the furthest at the thread, and then the pitch diameter is in between. And then you might also see things like the thread angle, which is the angulation of that thread there. Okay. Now this is the sort of terminology that we use, but one is a internal thread. So this internal thread here is called a female connector. And then this is an external thread, which is a male connector. So it's just male and female. It's just how we sort of use it. And you might also see the sort of same terminology used for power supplies as well, which is what's like male and female. So it does provide some sort of clarification when you're dealing with wires, that sort of thing, about what should be connecting into what, right? All right, now imperial and metric. So how metric works when it comes to threads is it is the distance between peaks, or an alternative definition is how far in millimeter one turn of the screw will advance a bolt. Okay, if you think about it, it's just the same definition. And then from the imperial sort of system, it's how many peaks are in 1 inch. Okay, so that's just how they work, and it's threads per inch. And so these are sort of the two things you might see. So this here is a thread with a 13 threads per inch sort of metric. And then this is the metric one, which is the 6, which is how far in 1 millimeter you're actually going to turn the thread. Now, imperial metric, again, they have completely different systems, and unfortunately, they're not really compatible. So when you're dealing with your systems, you need to think about, are you manufacturing, for example, in the United States? Are you manufacturing in Europe? Are you manufacturing in Australia? So thinking through some of these threads and what actually commonly exists is something really important, because it is actually harder to get some imperial threads here in Australia and vice versa as well in the United States. Okay, so when you're designing, for example, for metric stuff, it is a little bit more challenging to get this stuff actually in the United States. And then what you'll see as well is there's a huge range in terms of the threads available, just obviously from, you know, really big applications to much smaller applications. All right, so you'll see this feature in Fusion 360, but to create a thread, all you need to do is just press create and then thread. And an important thing is that you should have a cylindrical surface to do so. So I'm going to provide you a very quick example for you to sort of practice with threads. But one important thing is that you need to select the face in which you want the thread. You want to select or tick model so you can actually see the thread. If you untick that, then you actually aren't going to see the thread while you're in this menu. And then you can pick the specific type of thread that you might want. Okay, so let's go through. Oh yeah, and just before our sort of example, but with threads, you do have to think a little bit about tolerancing. Whether, for example, the thread is too tight, like between the male and the female connectors. And so we'll talk a little bit more about this tomorrow. Right, so this should be a relatively quick exercise for you now. So you just need to create a hexagon, and then on top of that hexagon, create a cylinder, and then just see if you can add a thread, which is M5 in this case.
Yeah.
You want an example of why tolerancing is important? You can check this out. It's fine, it's really good. That's no, it's the X line. Oh, okay. I mean, it does screw quite nicely. You know, it comes quite tight after, yeah. Yeah, it's funny.
No, I think we're gonna be components. That's why that's very good one.
I think that is people.
We'll let him pick it up right after that.
Yeah, it's not positive, so it's just like-
Okay.
Where's the bridge?
Oh, great. No, it's because it's not there. Yeah. Well, yeah, minus the X one. Yeah, but this is the.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so it's M5, which means that I can change.
Yeah, so it's isometric.
Oh, it's M11. And this is M5. 5.8 or 5X is like 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
5X.
M5.
Yeah. Now I'm naming.
Oh, yeah.
There's no 0.7. There's no 0.7.
Yeah, I see something.
Yeah, so it's.
It is what it's
So
like.
like
I believe.
M4 means 4 mils, M12.5.
It's gonna be an 8mm pitch, so that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's get moving.
So the other stuff is pretty quick, I think.
Yeah.
So I think we've already gone over this, but in case anyone missed it, you click A to open the appearance menu. You can change up what your design looks like. So you can turn your thing into metal, aluminum, anything. There's also something interesting you can do in Fusion where if you click on the top left menu where it says design, you can actually click the render and it jumps you into like the render sort of tool.
Yeah, so add metal to your nut. Your
Oh, yeah.
bolts first.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. And you can try with the render. I think this is what professionals use to like get product and send it out to customers or.
Yeah. To do like a proper professional one there, you have to pay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cost money.
Yeah, and then you can add backgrounds, you can put it on a table, put it in a room, different lighting,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, you guys can render something. You can render the other stuff as well. If
Yeah.
you want to render
The bottles or the listing bottle. Yeah. Yeah, so just try to sell it.
Okay, Ruby. Right, Ruby. Yeah, yeah.
1.7 between each thread, right?
Go to A. It's a gemstone.
It's 0.8, yes, it's 0.8. That mentions.
Just.
Alright, cool. So next, there's also something else we can assign, which is materials. So this is slightly different to appearance. So if you change the appearance, it doesn't actually affect the model itself when you end up doing other like simulations like heat or whatever. You have to actually change the material. So it's modified, I think, and you can change physical material. Double check. I'll check where to change material.
Yeah, it's in modified.
Yeah, it's in our,
Great, okay, yeah, it's in modify, physical material,
metric.
and you can just reassign those into your designs.
Material, I'm gonna make it.
And now the reason why materials is important is later on, if you ever actually do product designing in the future, you have to send off a bill of materials to the manufacturers. And in order to make that realistic, you want to have your design completely properly material. So you end up with something like this, where there's the part, your component name, and then it's gonna have your material, and then you'll just make something look nicer, and it'll make your design make more sense, and more realistic.
It's gold and ruby.
To modify.
Like that's what it sort of looks like.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And this is more important for engineering and stuff, because they do like thermal simulations, fluid dynamics, I don't know.
Yeah.
Stuff, and that does affect it.
Meanwhile.
Do you wanna do
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Okay, so can anyone explain to me what the challenges are of printing this? This is going up. Right? Yeah, like it's as you move up, right? Like there's a draft angle that's quite steep for the 3D printer, so you're gonna get imperfections, right? And so, as we talked about yesterday, so that you're gonna get sort of imperfections with really high draft angles. And so what you can do instead is actually create a two-part mold. And so this is when you're starting to think about like there are particularly complex geometries where you want to have multiple parts and then you place it together, right? And the imperfections, if anything, might be on the inside rather than on the outside. Okay. So some problems may require you to create a mold. It's also powerful if you intend to use a casting manufacturing method later. So that is like injection molding or sand casting or something like that. Just allows you to test that. And you can also cast, so the actual material, so after you've 3D printed the mold, right? So you 3D print the mold, you can actually pour in silicon or resin inside instead, right? Which allows you to sort of manufacture with a different material as well. And sometimes a biocompatible material, particularly some of the resins and silicones are biocompatible. And so in terms of the workflow, you often design the initial object first, and then you cut it. So you use that as an object to cut it from a mold box. Okay, so just think about that. So you create the donut first, and then you create a box, and then you cut the donut from the box. And then that's how you sort of create a mold. Okay. Now with molds, there are certain requirements, and obviously you just need to speak to the person you're manufacturing with, or whether it's a makerspace or somewhere else. But there are some draft requirements so that the mold can actually come out after you pour the resin or silicon. Okay, it's just something to consider. You can't have encapsulated features, so you can't have a feature that's, because the mold only does the exterior, you can't have something also inside the actual piece, right? And it does need to have a bit of an air vent because, as you can imagine, there's air inside there. As you're pouring in the silicon or resin, it needs to displace the air somewhere. Okay, so a way for that air to escape. All right, another sort of useful thing to be aware of is you can use what's called registration pins, and it's basically when you have a two-piece mold, you just have a feature where if you have this mold, then you can actually lock it into place. And it's as simple as really just putting a couple of sort of spherical things there on either side, and then just ensuring that you can have sort of a good lock on the molds. All right, analysis. Yeah.
So on the analysis tool, you see a lot of these different ones. We won't use most of them, but Zebra is for doing curvature. Curvature comb is also for curvature. And there's a couple of other stuff, but the one that we will use the most is going to be, where is it? Oh, so draft. This one is for it's a draft analysis for molds. So you can see on the green surface, it will be able to cast the molds. And yeah. The most important one is section analysis. So if you guys can all click on that tool, section analysis. And basically what that's going to do is basically just cut your design into a cross section. So just now when you're doing your bottle, this would be really useful. to see. And this is how we get a lot of the views to check for tolerancing. So for the example with the XLA, that's how you would check for tolerancing.
So cut your bolts in half.
Oh, yeah, so inspect, oh, so it's within inspect,
Yes, inspect.
yeah, under inspect, sorry.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there you go, that basically comes cross section, yeah.
You can also do the other way.
You do any way, yeah, change the amount. And you can do section analysis on any plane that you choose, so a lot of times you wanna make your own construction plane to your desired cross section angle.
Let's talk about measuring. Do two slightly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so just with inspect as well, if you clicked on inspect and then measure, that allows you to confirm certain distances or actually measure the area or radius of something or diameter of something. If, for example, you've designed something and you're not sure whether it's the correct, distance or something, that's a really useful way to just sort of inspect and actually make sure that the measurements are all correct and bad.
Yeah.
And if you go to draft analysis, oh yeah, sorry, back. So another sort of useful thing, particularly when you're starting to get into more complex designs, is you can detect if your bodies are interfering with each other for some reason. So for example, if you have two bodies, are they actually interfering with each other in space in the CAD, right? So that's a useful thing. And then if you move forward again, draft analysis. So this one's really critical actually for 3D printing, because once you start trying to manufacture sort of industrial grade stuff, they do have minimum requirements on the draft angle. So for example, it could be like 2 degrees, 5 degrees, something like that. And so this is a very useful tool to actually check whether you don't have any sort of really steep drafts or steep angles in your design, right? So just something to be aware of as well. So draft analysis can be useful later on.
Yeah, cool, that's it. Yeah, but that's it for today, on material, you can go back.
Oh, yeah.